Yes, indeed. Saturday night, so you know what it is. It's Saturday night. Shoot the breeze. This is episode 236. Imagine that. 236 episodes. I want to thank all of you who make this possible with your participation. And thank everyone who was on the panel last week, as well as those of you who will be on the panel tonight and in the chat, giving us your thoughts on the topics that we have in store for you. Speaking of which, what are we discussing tonight? We're going to be discussing a hodgepodge of things. This first topic is going to be a carryover from last week, a topic that we didn't get to, called Heaven Sent. Heaven Sent. This is about Tariq Nasheed and them. Another topic we have tonight is, why do so many black celebrities support MAGA and Republicans? We're going to talk about President Abraham Traore. Democracy kills, says Traore. We'll talk about Iran hip-hop. Who knew? We're going to try to weigh out, on a scale of 1 to 10, how effective is this Iranian propaganda. I'm going to start the show officially now. And on the other side, I'll drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1, as well as introduce any and all of my panelists. But in the meantime, while the intro is going, please hit the like button, share the show, subscribe if you haven't already, click the bell to be notified of all things coming from the Bitter Medicine Podcast. And drop a 1 for me. If you can hear my voice, drop a 1 for me. Let me know you can hear my voice. Also, drop a 1 if you think Garveyism still works today. Last thing I'll say before starting the show, we have a goal tonight. Let's become supporters of the things that we like. If you like these conversations, try to support the goal tonight. It's a small goal. Try to support that tonight. Okay, let's start the show officially. And on the other side, we will discuss all topics as well as introduce all of our panelists. So please stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
BBN Network, Consider Cheek / Realm in the Bush, Kofi the Black Critic, And last but not least, the Forecast Radio. Again, don't forget to Forecast has put out his first book, I think it's his first book, The History of Racism, A Guide to White Supremacy. You can find it on Amazon right now. There's a Kindle version, there's a hardcover version. What I have in my hand right now is the hardcover version. Make sure you support that brother and his endeavors. The History of Racism, A Guide to White Supremacy. Make sure and check that out. Okay, man. With that said, let me welcome in my first panelist to join me tonight. That'll be Black Steel. Black Steel, how art thou?
I'm doing wonderful, Koku. How are you?
I'm doing good, my friend. Thanks for coming through as always. Let's just get right into it, man. Shoot the breeze. Topic number 1 says Heaven Sent. This came with a link. You guys might remember when Jacadero hosted 2 weeks ago. One of the topics that was discussed was what's his name? La Russell talking about Trump and Epstein and Hitler and all of them was heaven sent. So this is kind of a kind of tongue-in-cheek follow-up to it called Heaven Sent. Shoot the breeze topic number 1. We'll watch the video and then we will discuss it.
I don't put the cake on for people, but I'm putting the point across that's more valid, I think. That brother Tariq Nasheed was gifted by God with a term for Black people to help them further and more positively in their existence. Now, he might be Black.
Hold on. Let me make sure I'm hearing what you just said. You said that brother Tariq Nasheed was gifted by God to create a term for Black people
in America.
That
are from the foundation of this country. And
so this is this is an intervention by God.
I did not say intervention. I said he was gifted. I know you use the term.
But you spiritualize it.
I never articulate it because we are spiritual people.
But you're spiritual. You're saying that God, who's God, by the way?
Now, this is just my perception. This is not every FBA's perception.
Right. I get it.
When I say God, I would say the creator of Black people in America. How about that?
So there's a God, FBA God, you're saying?
I'm saying that for the purpose of this conversation, I think that an entity that created us all blessed this brother with that term that we can use for delineation. Now, delineation is very important. I was in your chat. I sourced up with ChatGPT and I asked ChatGPT, is there such a thing as a white African American? Bottom line, the answer was yes. So that's one of the reasons for delineation. That's just one.
So could you tell the name?
Well,
and what they mean by it, and what they mean by it, like you got to ask real questions. You program chat. When you put stuff in ChatGPT know what you want and how you want to answer it. So it will give you a response. It will give you a response that it probably wouldn't give me. But you might, unless you're talking about Rachel Dolezal. Are you talking about Rachel Dolezal or something?
No, what I'm talking about is a white person who's born in Africa and comes to America and becomes a naturalized citizen. Can that person be considered African American? And the answer was yes. And that means that our skin color, our melanin, our essence cannot be accurately described as African American.
So
therefore, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So you saying that someone will actually call themselves an African American and they can be, so hold up, let me ask you a question. Let's get this. Do you know any white African Americans?
I do not, but the term can be applied.
Hmm?
I do not know anyone who's a white African American, but the term can be applied.
Are you serious?
I mean, you can check it out for yourself. I saw stuff with it. You know what I'm saying? I said ChatGPT.
Did you go further though? Is that how we define African American? African American has to do with a racial category as well.
As well, and it also says that. Yes, sir. It also explains that.
So what's the point? Let's go with what you're saying. Okay, one, Tariq Nasheed is gifted by God to come up with a term, and so well,
just for you, Tariq Nasheed / Dracula. Hopefully that makes you feel better. Go ahead.
Okay, so he's gifted by God, and He's gifted by God in what?
Okay, that term, and I said gifted by God to emphasize that regardless to his personality, it was the principle that he brought that we are running with. I never talked to Tariq Nasheed. I never seen him in person. He doesn't know I'm alive. But me, as you call me, a genuine human being, realize this is something that we need. This is something that we need. And in fact, I'm here in New York. I see the necessity for delineation. I see the advantage of other people who are also Black, but they are not from the foundation of this country, get benefits that me, as a person who is a descendant from the people who may or may have not been enslaved, but were here since the foundation of this country. And I see them allow them to walk over us. And they do with disdain. Now, a lot of people who are not of our lineage is being FBA, or catches grays. But for a long time.
Let me tell you something there, brother. If you were, maybe if you were African, if you were quote unquote an immigrant and you went on Tariq's show, he would be making mockery of you right now.
Not necessarily, sir.
No, I'm making an argument. So, but my greater point is, if I didn't love my people, I would really be picking apart the stuff that you're saying. But I don't want to do that because these are your beliefs, and I don't want. And I don't want to do it in a way where I make fun of you.
Well, you really can't.
I mean,
you really can't. That's why you're not doing it, because hey,
no,
it should be done. It should be done. Pick it.
No, I'm not. But I'm not going to do that, brother. But what I'm saying is
because you can't, brother. Because you can't. You cannot do it because what I'm saying is logical. I'm giving you logic.
So tell me what anything you said, what it has to do with anything. Because you're not like, I don't know what you're saying. You're saying a whole bunch of stuff, but it's not really like, tell me what you're trying to say. Like, you experiment from Tariq Nasheed being gifted by God, and then you go to a white African American, and then you go, well, maybe it's not in practice, but you can be. Then you go to, I got lost on the other part. I start checking my emails. But what I'm trying to say is, I'm just trying to figure out what you're trying to say here, my dear brother. And I'm really being honest. Like, what you're saying is good, probably good for like clips. Like, I didn't make a clip of you last week. I mean, I might make a clip of you, but it'll just be because you saying what you said, but I won't be making fun of you. But the things you say are bizarre.
I understand, my brother, and I understand also that
you have a channel.
And you have a channel. I'm going light on you. I'm gonna go light on you, okay?
No. I want all the smoke. I want all the smoke. Because brother, I understand. No, I want all the smoke because I understand I have a handicap. I'll give you a handicap because I understand I understand my level in comparison. And this is from a real sense. Like, you think that you're like, go ahead.
No, what I was saying was this. I texted you in the thread line, you see what I said.
You texted me?
Well, I was in the thread line. And in it, I said that.
Hold on. What's the thread line?
The chat line.
You tested me?
In the chat line. I was chatting. I was in the chat.
Oh, okay. It wasn't nothing to do with me, though.
No, sir. No,
okay.
No, sir.
Did you hold on?
My point,
brother. Now, brother Harlem. Before you call up, now I'm gonna be a little funny this time. You gotta make sure you ain't drinking. Are you drinking?
I don't drink. I don't smoke weed. I don't smoke crack. None of that shit. Well, good. I smoke Newports though. I smoke Newports.
Make sure you.
I don't drink. I don't smoke. Oh, I smoke Newports. It's just, boy. In the chat, Black Steel says, you gotta accept when some people are too far gone. KW Don 7, shout out to KW Don 7 in the chat. He says, there's no such thing as a white African anything. Shaking my damn head. Earlier, KW Don said, FBA has no power. Trigger Happy is out there in the chat. He said, gifted by God, LMAO. And shout out to the Daily Affirmation by Pauline, who's out there in the chat saying good evening. Good evening to you too. Right there. Shooter Breeze topic number 1. Heaven Sent. Let me introduce both of my panelists. Let me introduce my second panelist now, and then we'll start the discussion. Buana, how are you this week?
I'm good, brother. How are you?
Good. I'm hanging in there, man. Thanks for coming through.
Good, man. Good.
Yes, sir. Buana, I might as well start with you. Heaven Sent. What say you to what you just saw?
Well, I mean, in this gentleman's mind, Tariq Nasheed has the divine powers of his FBA God. I mean, yeah, we are the brothers on the panel remind me that spirituality or African spirituality is important. So I try to not dig into people's beliefs, but on the other side of that is that I have some questions. ask some questions. And there, if Tariq Nasheed wants to create a new paradigm within America called a foundation of a foundational block, whatever, the question becomes, all right, you're the foundation of the country, no problem. But it seems it's a difficult jump where you say you founded the country or you're foundation of the country, then you enslave yourself for 400 years. These are questions. These are just obvious questions. But no problem. You foundational. But what does that mean? In a practical sense. The debate now is over birthright citizenship. Who are Americans and who are not Americans? The and the and the Republicans or the right wing people are trying to turn the discussion based off of, as Trump described them, slave babies. This is what he said in the 14th Constitution. This is the foundational Black American nonsensical arguments. But you see, even the most extreme end of the Supreme Court right now are dismissing that outright. And they were saying that the context of the 14th Amendment, yes, it included that analysis, but it goes a little bit further. And we ain't gonna get into the legal discussion here tonight. But the reality is that how it's looking, there are no special Americans. We could have a discussion whether you have Americans based on an oligarchy or having enough money, whether you're above the law or not. But as the law stands, there's no set aside special American or special American groups within the document of the Constitution itself. And unfortunately, whether you label yourself as some special classified American person or not, it don't stand up to muster in terms of the legalities. But if Tariq Nasheed is giving some of these brothers on the corner, on the streets, some degree of appreciation and being proud of themselves and these kinds of things, wonderful for him. I just don't want it to be at the cost of denigrating people who are given to the country on a daily basis. Productive people who have immigrated to the country or America and have benefited America. You don't have to do it to our disregard, disrespect, creating all these scapegoats and things of that nature. That's unnecessary. But if you're giving the typical street corner person some degree of being proud of themselves, let them be proud of themselves. But it must be you are not birth is where you were born is an accident of birth. You could have just as very well come out of a vagina in the Bahamas, in Jamaica, or even in Nigeria. It just so happens that the person who caught you brought you to North America, the 5% of the people who went there. So you really had no control over where you was born or not. But needless to say, like I say, when it comes to belief and people believe in the divinities of some people, I don't choose to get into them discussions. I leave them discussions for the religionists. So if the FBA God want to thrust his divine powers on Tariq Nasheed and make him the new prophet for the FBA people, wonderful for them, Coco.
I hear you. I hear you. The problem is, well, I'll talk about it more later. But in the meantime, a lot of slaughters out there in the chat saying, "What's up, my people? What's up to you?" A lot of slaughter. Thanks for coming through. Again, we're discussing should read topic number 1, Heaven Sent, where a caller into Dr. What's his name? Dr. Assad claims that, in his opinion, Tariq Nasheed was sent by God. Shout out to the matron as well in the chat, right? Sent by God, and a whole 10-minute, actually it was a close to 20-minute discussion ensued. I played half of it around this idea, which is, to me, that's quite frankly ridiculous. But let me hear what Black Steel has to say about it. Black Steel, Heaven Sent, what say you?
Well, brother, me and you are of the same mind, because it is quite ridiculous, right? And I know Buana usually errs on the side of caution, but I'm going to go in because I got a little time. It's just the three of us. We got to accept some people beyond our help, man. It's like triage, right? You go on the battlefield. Some people get injured. Some people ain't going to make it, right? Some people you evacuate. Some people you don't take the time because they're not gonna make it to the evac station, right? They're not gonna make it, and that's kind of where I feel stuff like this here, right? This is such a sad situation, man. And just the things he's saying, he's not. I can tell just by his comments and his statement, he's not all there, right? But let's not forget who Tariq Nasheed is, right? Let's not forget this man was on television shows like Ricky Lake and Jenny Jones dressed up as a pimp, right? Then he went from being a pimp to like a self-motivated, relationship expert. I actually have one of his books. It's not that bad. Then he started getting into his, Pan-African bag and making hidden colors. Then he became a foundational Black American. Then he's indigenous. And now he's trying. Bait used to be believable, man. It used to be difficult to spot agents, right? Because they were so well hidden. I feel disrespected because you're not even hiding the agents no more. The FBI, the CIA, whoever is his handler, they're convinced that Black people are so defeated that they don't even gotta bother to hide their agents anymore. They're like, yeah, he's an agent, but so what? They're not gonna do nothing about it. Fuck him. Right? This is the depth, the level of disrespect that I feel coming from the information department, or whoever is his handler, because this man is such a flip-flopper, right? And he just goes back and forth. Remember, he had a little hidden history museum, and the museum was really a nightclub. Like, but these Black people, African people across the diaspora, we are in need of something and someone to believe in, right? And instead of looking for ideology, organization, Pan-Africanism, we attach ourselves to these, charismatic leaders. These people who say things and we like them and we just follow them and we just roll with that. Like this dude in talking right now, I wouldn't be surprised if he grew up in church, right? Because religious organizations almost prime you to fall for stuff like this, to fall for cults and scams. I do believe it was the French philosopher Voltaire who said that if you can believe in absurdity, those who can believe in absurdities can commit atrocities. If you can believe that something is absurd, as Tariq Nasheed was given by God, and which there was no will. Who's to say where the line is, how far you'll go? So this type of nonsense, and it's so sad because, again, it's a very small part of the internet. I would say 99% of Black people don't know what an FBA is, okay? But when you get online, they're very loud, and they pop up in the discussions. Like what happened with the reparations argument, but done by Ghana UN, that was a shameful performance. And they really showed their hand because all of their criticism was against the African nations. And there wasn't even a request for reparations. The request was simply, is it a crime? And Tariq Nasheed got on here and he said, well, I knew the U.S. wasn't going to do anything. I'm not tripping off of that. But what about those Africans, though? Right? So the whole conversation pivoted from calling what happened to our ancestors a crime to we should hate the Africans. So at this point in the game, let's get late in the day, right? If you're still falling for Tariq Nasheed's nonsense, it's too late for you because there's too much information out there, right? Some people just want to have something to cling on to. And it is really set up. And again, to my previous point, it's such an obvious psyop that I'm really angry that people fall for it, because how could you be this stupid? Like you walk into the kitchen, you see the stove is hot and you put your hand on it and now you get burned. Like you can't believe you got burned. But why could you not see this such an obvious plot? So, the dude on the line, he's obviously delusional, right? In a couple years, he'll gravitate to some other cult-like movement because that's just the way his brain works. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Good stuff, Black Steel. You said something very very poignant. You said that when you are religious, you tend to be open to indoctrination, and that's kind of why the conversation of religion keeps kind of coming up in our discourse, because if you're already indoctrinated and you're open to indoctrination, then what use are you to anybody except to end up being a traitor, probably, potentially, to whatever progress the rest of us are trying to create or have created. And this is why we got to be serious now. I put up a prompt, a post on the community tab maybe a week or two ago, probably a week ago. And I was asking, hey man, shouldn't we sit down and try to figure out why is it we've been conquered by so many different groups of people? And a few people responded, shout out to y'all, but I'll be honest with you, I was a little bit disappointed. I think a question like that, a conversation style like that should have about 200 folks speaking like, yeah, what is this? What is going on? And I think, the reason I bring that up is to say, I think some of it has to do with they just easily indoctrinated. Maybe it's because of, how we were in terms of African spiritualities, or how we were in terms of the people group we belong to, or tribe as they call it. But we really need to discuss how is it that different groups of people was able to come and subjugate different groups of our people on the continent. And a part of it, to me, it's starting to become more and more clear, is we're susceptible to propaganda, which is to say we're susceptible to indoctrination. Bonnie, you want to add any thoughts before we move on here?
No, not really. I think that with Black Steel, kind of like Teeter explained, and what you kind of explained is very clear. We seem to have an interest in the mystical and the magical, and unfortunately, we used to pay more attention to things that involve in nature. Nature is, if you observe nature long enough, it'll be very difficult for someone to come along and manipulate you. I think this is just my opinions, by the way. I think that observation and curiosity is another thing. I think that one of our greatest enemies, and I always repeat this on the Bitter Medicine podcast, our greatest enemy is an internal one. It's not necessarily an external one. It's our greatest enemy is an internal one. If I get myself right, then how I engage the world will be very different, as opposed to me being lazy and not trying to understand myself and how I function in the world first in relation to the outside world. See, the outside world will always have an agenda. But if I have an internal agenda going in terms of the direction that I want to go in, it'll be extremely difficult for you to take me off my road to follow a road that I didn't have in mind at all, But you are easily able to convince a person who have no agenda all along, have no plan, have no goal, have no idea. They just, what they call it, reactionary. They are reactionary. They react to the world rather than have an idea of what you want to do in this world, this big, vast world that you living in, which your agenda is, and you trying to go there and execute your agenda, no matter what. And I think that the Tariq Nasheeds of the world, he's agenda driven, but he knows and understands that many of the people he speaks to have no agenda. And if you don't have none, he gonna have a plan for you. He gonna give you a goal and give you an agenda. He give a lot of these people a whole lexicon of words to use. And prior to him, many people didn't know what the word delineation meant. Tether Babel, plebiscite Babel, all these words that wasn't even in a lexicon of black people prior to Tariq Nasheed coming around. That tells me that he giving you a whole new language. You know, so I say that our greatest enemy sometimes is an internal one. You know, we have to set our own agendas for ourselves and then go out there and try to execute it. And any other agendas out there that's running counter to our agenda, then we need to take a second look at that and say, hey, he ain't going in my direction. Let me get off of this bus. But that's what I had to say to this Goku, just to add to it. I'll leave it there.
Nah, good stuff, man. Good stuff. Black Steel, go ahead.
Yeah. First of all people are susceptible to propaganda. It's not just African people. I know that, you know, we tend to be more on the quote unquote spiritual religious side, you know, but every person is susceptible to propaganda. I would honestly say that the citizens of the United States of America are probably the most propagandized people in the world, right? They are taught from cradle to the grave about the greatness of America, you know, my country, right or wrong. So it's not that, but I would say though, first of all, as far as to Buana's point about him inventing a new lexicon, this motherfucker is a high school dropout. Okay, he is not. These words he's getting are coming from his handler. I do not believe he is intelligent enough to come up with this language, right? Which makes me believe more that this man is an obvious agent, right? I think that, again, the way social media, the internet, online, the digital world works, very small and fringe ideas are able to get out there. But we have to really look at who benefits from this disruption. And I think sometimes these people don't look at the big picture. There's no reparations coming, right? And I think it's absurd that a country, that United States, that these FBA people believe that there's any type of reparation that's going to be happening without taking power first, right? Reparations don't come, you know, you're asking very nicely, right? At the bottom line, you know, that white people don't want to give it to you and you can't make them. So how do you address the power imbalance, right? And that power only comes through Pan-Africanism, right? There's no sort of way you can get in. Because look at the vote, right? Just talking about the vote, the UN. Every country in Europe abstained. Every single one, except for Russia. So every single European nation abstained. And the only 3 countries that said no were US, Argentina, and Israel. That lets you know the entire European world is united, right? They're telling you straight up and down, we are against recognition of historical claim. And they all said it with one voice. So what is the FBA's response to that? Is it to say, well, you know what? Why don't we unite with our brothers and sisters who recognize our plight? No. Their response is to attack the African delegation. So to me, that should let you know exactly where their origins lie. Because if you sat up here and you just poo-pooed the fact that this country said that what happened to your ancestors was not only a crime, but we can never be charged for anything because it was legal when it happened. So it's all good. So with that logic, why were the Japanese awarded reparations? Because the executive orders that imprisoned them during World War II was legal. Why was that, you know, the Jewish people received reparation from the Holocaust? Everything that happened to them in Nazi Germany was legal, right? Because legality doesn't trump morality. But now they're trying to spin that thing on us. And instead of the FBA, these so-called, you know, proud to be Foundation of Black Americans speaking out against this, they attack the Africans. I really do think it's a high level of indoctrination. And also, too, I think it's a lack of knowledge coming from our people. And then when you get these people in these religious institutions, they go to church every day, they read the Bible, and they believe the Bible has hidden messages. You got the code and whatnot, and it's some people are just, you can't help them, man. I only hope. Go ahead, Juan. What you gonna say? I've been talking.
No, not go ahead. But Black Steel. You, as a formal educator, I understand where you're coming from, but don't so easily dismiss, even if he is a high school dropout, 9th grade high school dropout, right? Don't so easily dismiss the fact that even though he is not formally educated, he may be informally educated. He may read, he may study. I know you're like, nah, I ain't study. I think that Tariq Nasheed looks at these far right wing websites, 4chan and the lot, which talks about white replacement theory. And he said that how can I use this as a tool to put a black face on this and use the same kinds of language, or even come up with language of my own, but just put a spin on the things that I'm seeing, because they're popular in white ring circles. So obviously how can I use this tool to make it popular with my audience? And he's been vastly successful. So I'm saying, don't underestimate informal education, brethren. Yeah.
I don't usually, right? But I only say that because the words he's coming up with, they really seem like somebody told him these words. Say this, say that. Say this is how you get your people into. I really feel like he's working with someone, because this is very coordinated. This is very organized. Whenever you go online, you start having discussions about black people, these clowns pop up in your mentions. And it could be some random stupid stuff. So it makes me feel like this is not no just grassroots move. This is a coordinated attack against the rise of consciousness amongst African people. And
you think he's getting help? I think he's getting help too. I think he's getting help.
He's getting help.
I agree.
This is not an organic movement, right?
I agree with that.
The symbolism and everything, it really comes across. I wouldn't be surprised in 50 years they unclassify all the documents and we find he was a well-paid agent for years, right? I would not be surprised at all. Him, Yvette, Boyce Watkins, who else? All of these people are meant to sow confusion and discord within the black community. And I feel like we never have come up with a way to deal with our traitors, right? That's something that has been a weakness for us. It really is. We have not come up with a way to counteract intelligence against us. And I think it's because African people tend to be very trusting. We tend to be very open, and we like to understand and hear different viewpoints. And then boom, we've been betrayed. Like when we're sitting there with the shocked Pikachu look on your face, like what's going on, when we didn't pay attention to the signs. And our enemy is very organized. They're more organized than we are. So they didn't skip a beat, even in the face of ridiculousness. Like this man, what he's saying is a ridiculous statement. Sent by God. For what? A former. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, we tend to. I would agree with that statement to a point, last year. I think that we tend to be open when it comes to other people, as long as these people are European and European adjacent people. Because when it comes, it seems like when it comes to black people or brown people or whatever, it seems that we close ranks very quickly, man. But like you say, I think that it is these people are very organized, and we should be too, and we are organized, but not to the degree that they are. And also, they have enough money to support the things that they feel is within their best interest. Whereas we do not have that same kind of money. We just have our voices, we have our intelligence, and it doesn't, we should still do the work. Let me just put it like that. We need to still do the work. We need to still throw our rock. Even if the rock is a pebble, we gotta throw our rocks until our rocks become effective enough to cause harm to the people who want to harm us. I would say that.
Good stuff. Real quick in the chat, a lot of Slaughter says at this point, if he, meaning Tariq, is not an agent, it's even worse. A lot of Slaughter, you think like me too. If that guy is not an agent, man, what does that say? We should talk about that at some point too. What does that say if he's not an agent? Also says that everyone hear about the Trojan horse. No, I didn't hear about that. Tell us about it from the chat. I'll read it on air. Let's welcome in our brother Bakari, who's come to tell us how heaven sent Tariq is. Bakari, how are you this week?
Everything's everything, man. I'm good. What's going on, Bawana and Black Steel? And you're right, Bawana. We need to throw our rocks.
What's happening, Mississippi? What's happening?
But look, man, that was crazy. Tariq sent from God. Oh, shit, I said his name. That guy sent from God. And, you know, I agree with Black Steel. Somebody telling him those words. He don't seem to be that intelligent. But the whole crew is doing it. Jason, who say he's black, did y'all hear him the other day? He did the same thing. The problem is the Ghanaian president just mentioning the transatlantic slave trade. They're trying to take our reparations. They have a problem with anything black. And I'm glad Tariq gave him that word, delineate. I'm glad he did. And we need to understand what it means. Like when I called in on the Good Doctor show the other day, right? I think Bawana came up after me. Why, when a president from the Baltimore chapter of the UNIA, right, was on there, I asked him, why do y'all keep calling him brother? That's the problem we have. We can't let people go. He's not a brother. We have to be willing to let people go. We let these people in our spaces. They come, they disrupt. And we have been told, I want y'all to understand, when I say, Bawana just touched on it, when I say we're being outworked, we want to say, you know what? We don't want to be an echo chamber. But you know why they shit move? Because they're an echo chamber. Somebody have told us that it's a problem with us agreeing on moving together. So somebody have to come in, and we let these people in. They have to come in and say something different. If we're talking about unity, if we're talking about whatever it is, well, you don't want an echo chamber. But the people that's creating this ignorance and this stupidity all over social media, it's all in echo chamber. They're louder. They're most definitely dumber. They're most definitely louder. But they're also, like Bawana said, they're outworking us. That's the problem. When the brother from Baltimore said, when the brother from Baltimore said, yeah, but our word needs to be heard too. You're right. It needs to be heard, but they're outworking us. They're not getting anything done. They're just screaming real loud. And their activity is work to them. They have a coffee shop that they call a museum. They were going to constantly give money to what this guy want to do. They have their supreme leader, like MAGA have theirs. And the problem is, when it comes to us and what we're doing, we can't even say, you know what, let's meet on this date in this place so we can create a plan, not all on social media. They're outworking us. They're very dumb. They're here for confusion. I'm glad they have decided to delineate, because I've been said I'm done, but I'm glad they said it. And I hope other people hear that and stop saying them our brothers and them our sisters. No, they are not my brother. They're not my sister. I won't say they're not, but they're not mine. But if we want to do something and we want to shut them up, we have to do something, and we have to show progress. Because all you have to do is show progress. They will get off that wagon. Just like all of the FBAs didn't just go at the president from Ghana. Me and Koku, we communicate sometime via Twitter. What did the guy say? He never said. All of a sudden, he never said he was African. And that's what he said. because didn't he say something like that, Koku?
Absolutely, yeah.
All of a sudden, we're FBA. We're not saying we're not African. All of a sudden now they're coming back to being African because the only thing the African president did was say the transatlantic slave trade was the worst thing that happened in human history. To them, they hear reparations. To the leaders, and some of them, they want to say, well, they're taking out reparations. They ain't got no reparations, right? But to others, they hear reparations and like, shit, I got to get back over here saying I'm African because it seemed like they going to get some reparations. Didn't even mention reparations. But that's all we have to do, man. They're outworking us. We want to shut them up. We want to shut them up. We have to organize. We have to organize. We have to strategize. We have to organize. We have to unite. We have to strategize. If not, man, we just going to keep running in circles on social media, hearing the people really loud. And now this ignorant shit is moving out here into the streets. And what we are trying to convince people, yeah, but we African though. No, we ain't. We indigenous. I've heard people with all kind of degrees all of a sudden now saying this because they're outworking us and we are not showing anything and we are not doing anything. If we want things to change, we're going to have to do something other than be on social media because we ain't got nobody with money backing us who's going to promote your channel, who's going to make sure you have 200,000 subscribers, who's going to make sure you have 500 to 1,000 people watching you. We don't have that because they understand who we are. So we going to have to do it. On that, I hear the mic.
But Bakari, when he says that they are working us, he means on a grassroots level. But on an international level, let me just say, the African leader, Muhammad, he didn't just stand up there and make the statements that he said. What people don't know and don't see is the African Americans, the Caribbean people who have went, because when they had that thing with the Ghana situation, many Africans from the West came to Ghana, and they put that in Muhammad's lap. Not only that, Mia Motley has been working very much on the scenes on the same particular reparations issue. I think that she spoke about it in the UN, but she has been on the coattails of many African leaders talking about that. Not only that, African Americans, I forget, in Cobra, they were working behind the scenes. So when you see, in terms of reparations, so when you see an African leader of a country, a respected country called Ghana, speaking on the issues of reparations, that's not only him. That is the work of many people behind him to get him to make statements like that. That's the first thing. The second thing is the Francophone world. We are talking in English right now, but the movement in the Francophone world in terms of Pan-Africanism is extremely. There's a sister on the YouTube right now called Natalie Yam. Natalie Yam is the French government. In the French government, I think that they took away her French passport, and they kind of like really shadow banning and watching her. Her people like Kemi Seba getting all kind of issues because he is working alongside the AES. He is working alongside them brothers. I don't know what kind of education he's giving them, but Pan-Africanism is actually doing work on an international level. But we are the grassroots on this side of the world. So we think that because we hear these loud voices on the internet, that things are not actually happening on the ground. That's not really true. But I understand Brother Bakari where he's coming. I'm coming to friggin' Atlanta, I come in Atlanta, Brother Bakari, that I come in Atlanta to come see him before he see me. But he is right. He is right when he talks about underground, grassroots people, hand to hand, speaking to people. You have to get that message out there. And in reality, in practice. So he is right. I don't know why he stopped the black business thing. He need to get back on that because that is important. But you just have to do the work. Just do the work, Brother Bakari. Do the work, your work. Do your work. So it can be said when you're son gets older, my daddy ain't do nothing for this movement, because the state of the world is actually changing, and we have to get on message. Just get on message and do your work, brother. Where you planted, do your work, and that's all I would say. I'll leave it there. I'll leave it.
So I would just go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Black Steel. Go ahead.
I would say that Bakari says we're being outworked, but to your point, Buana, and to like Trigger Happy saying, Pan-Africanism is a real thing, right? Well, these FBA dudes are trolling online. Their only work is in causing confusion. And I would argue that most Black people don't even know what they are. So whatever they're doing, whatever agent provocateur mess that they're involved in, I would say that they merely are just basically background noise, right? We hear about them because, much of the world is online. But what schools or what after school programs, what shopping centers are being ran by FBA? In fact, all I ever hear is them complaining about how immigrants have done stuff that they haven't done. How can these people come to America and open a grocery store? They're not FBA. Okay, but what's stopping you? If you can sit here and bitch and moan about what another person is doing, then why don't you do it yourself? So I would say that the only work that they're doing is the work of confusion. They don't really do anything in real life. You're not going to go to any community center ran by the FBA Foundation of Mississippi because it doesn't exist. It only exists online to cause confusion. So the only work we need to do is how do we counter that narrative? Because outside of that, they're pretty much they have no real presence. They're not crafting legislation. I remember that one dude who said he was going to sue the African people who sold us in the slave. Whatever happened to that guy? That lawsuit went no fucking where. So just like the rest of them.
I understand that Pan-Africanism is international, right? But I'm talking about, because it could be some good people over there that I could possibly call brother or sister, right? But what I'm saying is like here. So this is what I'm proposing. It's going to be summertime. We can meet somewhere. Now, I used to say South Carolina, but we getting some land down here, some Pan-Africans, we getting some land. So instead of taking 3, 4, 5 days to go to South Carolina and meet with the Gullah Geechees, y'all can come help me cut down some trees. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just throwing it out. I'm just throwing it out there. Y'all can come help us cut down some trees. Y'all can come help us cut down some trees and clear this land for our chickens and our goats and our 1 acre lake. But because that's the plans we are working on it now. And we are working on it now. We got somebody already they clearing 3. We got another 3 we got to clear. But what I'm saying is when I say that outworking us like here, right? That's what I mean. So I said I don't want to show anything that I'm doing online, but I'm gonna have to change that, right? Because once we get this 3 acre cleared and we get trees chopped down and people see that you can come and we have I am going to show that because that's progress and it's success. And it's not just for us, me and my friends that's down there and my kids. And it's for us as a people, right? Some go wrong. Because I'm really honest, because there's a place here called Forest Park, right? And it was this big farmer's market. It probably had like 100 stores in there. And where I work, we deliver like fuel and death fluid to them for their vehicles. I made a delivery about 3 weeks ago. Half of the stores are closed. That's how bad these farmers are doing, right? So I want to be able to connect. So if y'all don't want to come here, y'all can come to Mississippi when I get 20 there, right? When we get 20 acres there. But for real, what I want us to be able to do in the spirit of Pan-Africanism, I want us to be able to feed one another. I know everybody don't want to be out there with the chickens and the goats and in the dirt. Everybody ain't going to be able to drive a truck. But my goal ain't just to say, you know what, I want to take care of my region. And I know that's what I got to do first, where I am. But I want to be able because stuff finna get high. I want Black Steel to be able to hit me up and like, yo, Bakari, you got this. Yeah, what can you meet me at? Okay, this is that's what I'm working toward. And I know it's going to be hard, but those are the things I'm talking about when I say, and I'm not saying they're doing that. They're outworking us online, but I want us to do some real work because we want to do real work. And that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm not knocking the Sahel states. I'm not knocking Ibrahim Traore. I'm not knocking the international works of Pan-Africanism. And you're right, Black Steel, you ain't gonna find no FBA whatever of Mississippi. Mississippi is Jackson, Mississippi. They pride themselves on being the capital of New Africa, the Republic of New Africa. So you're right, you're not gonna find it there. But these crazy people coming. But once we do something and show them what we're doing, some of them people, they gonna switch up. Even the guy who was on, say he's a mixed American. Even the mixed American, he wouldn't say no African. He's a mixed American. Some of them gonna even try to get on board. That's all I'm saying.
Pan mulatto.
Yeah, you had the Pan mulatto. We got the mixed American. But I do notice Black Steel and Bawana don't want to come help cut no trees down. I'm just throwing it out there, Black Steel.
Now, I ain't never cut a tree in my life, bro. So
I'm too pretty to cut trees.
But listen, my aunt gave me a chainsaw, and I use it to trim back the tree in my backyard. That's all I got for you, brother. I'm sorry.
Okay, so y'all can say this then. Once the trees are trimmed, and the goats and chicken, I'm gonna set.
I can do the chickens now. I'm
gonna set the date where y'all gonna come, and we gonna smoke 1 hour goats and 1 hour chickens.
Last day of school is May 29th, Bakari. I'm all yours.
Yeah, call me when the hog maw finish. Call me when the hog maw cook.
We ain't got no pigs. We got goats and chickens and fresh honey. Lady coming down on her spot with us. She coming down. She's a beekeeper. Which I've been around honeybees like that. Long as they're a distance away, I'm okay. But she's a beekeeper. We have someone who's gonna come dig us a 1 acre lake. We gonna fill it up with fish, and we gonna outwork them because that's what Pan-Africans have always done. We work, and we continue to work. And on that, I yield the mic. And yeah, Lord of Slaughter, you laughing? You can come cut a tree too. There's a lot of them.
Yeah, I'm down to come and help you in the summertime, Bakari. Just let me know. Let's welcome in the good brother, Jacadero. Jacadero, how are you this week?
What's going on, man? I'm well, very well. Just got done eating a great Ethiopian meal. So I know Buana's jealous. And Buana, it was delicious. Very delicious.
What did you have?
It was my girlfriend's mother. She cooked, they call it Dodo. Wait, give me a moment here. Dodo what? Yeah, I believe it's called Dodo what? Woo! Yeah. Chicken, eggs, red stew with some injera.
Oh, you had the injera. You didn't have the other bread that's a little. They got something a little harder than the injera. Oh my goodness! I was just asking because I enjoy it.
Gotcha. Yeah, man, we're both making Buana jealous. So Bakari.
Yeah, I hope you enjoyed your meal, Jack.
That's the name of it, Dodo what?
Yeah, so Dodo what I was told is the one with chicken, and then there's another Dodo. I don't know the name. I'm not Ethiopian. That one is no chicken, but I think it's just beef tibs, but it's still like the same sauce.
That's what I'm gonna order the next time I go to African soul food. Is see if they have Dodo what on their menu. I'm gonna give it a try for you, Jacador.
Man, it was fire, man. I up here in Omaha, it's like 44 degrees, so the weather hasn't been the best, but that warmed my stomach up. And Buana, I know you're jealous. It's okay.
No,
okay.
I want you to make sure, take care, protect that sister. If she's doing these kinds of things and things of that nature, hand go hand come. It's reciprocal. So you have to make your chapatis and make your ugali and you have to invite them over and extend the same graciousness that they extend to you.
You know what they say. Whenever somebody says like happy wife, right? Happy life. I say happy king, happy kingdom. Huh? How about it, Chuck? How about it? Huh? Does that work? Bona's like no. But yeah, I'm excited to be here. Thanks, Koku.
Yeah, Ethiopian food, man. I know a lot of people. I wonder why that is. I know there's people in the States who try Ethiopian food, black folks who try Ethiopian food, and they don't like the injera. But me personally, I love all that Ethiopian food. And in fact, you guys talking about the Doro Wat and stuff. I find that their vegetarian platters are really good and healthy at that too, man. So if you have a chance to check out an Ethiopian spot, especially in these places where there's a sizable number of Ethiopians, man, check it out, man. The food is good. You know what? Let's go to the next topic. A lot of sort of says, yeah, Ethiopian food, it's delicious, etc. I'm going to ask this several times tonight, man, but if you're in the chat listening to my voice right now, drop a 1 if you think Pan-Africanism is still the way to go. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 says, why do so many black celebrities support MAGA and Republicans? This comes with a link that's going to take us to Twitter. You guys can see my screen. It's a account called Black Sword. It says, quote, a lot, if not most black celebrities are MAGA. Let's watch what the sister has to say.
So many feelings was hurt this past weekend when y'all came to the realization that a lot, in fact, most black celebrities are MAGA. And they're MAGA and they're also anti-black. Let's dig into the MAGA part first. Most people, and this is something that we've all been having conversations about, but the conversations have been incomplete, want generational wealth. They want to be able to pass on wealth to their children. That's what we've all been talking about for decades and decades and decades. That is an incomplete conversation because generational wealth is based on exploiting an exploitative tax code. And what happens is these celebrities, they get an accountant, and the accountant says to them, if you vote for Kamala, this is how much you're going to pay in taxes. If you vote for Felon 47, this is how much you're going to pay in taxes, right? And that difference is telling you everything you need to know about who that person is. And you all need to accept that a lot of black people, a lot of women, a lot of black immigrants, a lot of Latinos, a lot of them are Republican because they want that margin. They want that money in that margin, and they don't care. They don't care about what happens to anybody that is not in their immediate family. And I know it's hard to accept, but racism is not a deal breaker for most people. Most people will say, if this person is racist, but they can get me money, then I want my money. And most people will say, well, if girls are getting raped in detention centers, but I got my money, I don't know none of them girls, that's not my issue. That don't have nothing to do with me. They can rationalize any level of cruelty and harm that comes to someone else because it is not affecting them personally, but their money is affecting them and their children. And in this culture, in this country, all we are taught to care about is ourselves. And so 300,000 black women losing their jobs does not matter to Chili or Salt and Pepper or none of these people. Nobody in their circle lost their job. People that me and you know lost their jobs. So they don't care. We need to accept that capitalism is rooted in exploitation and anti-blackness. And capitalists, whether they are white or black, care about money. They don't care about community. They don't care about children. They don't care about black people or brown people, and they don't care about you.
Well stated by that sister, the beautiful sister, by the way. Let me just make sure.
So many feelings was.
Let me just make sure it's not a thread. Okay, it doesn't seem to be a thread, but someone here with a gay flag said, named JB Font says black capitalists look out more for their class than they do for black people. I do have a kind of a, I guess, a pre-question. Yeah, I guess I have a bit of a pre-question. Do we suffer a rugged individualism problem? And I'm not talking just now, those of us in, under the influence of America. But did we have a rugged individual problem even back on the continent? I'd like to hear you guys' thoughts on that, as well as what she discussed in the video. Let me start with Jacadero on this one. Jacadero, what's it?
I'm still laughing because you said that you said that with so much vitriol. Look at this guy with his gay flag. Go. I see you, big dog. If you ever run for political office, man, you got my vote just because of the vitriol in your voice. That was good. So why do so many black celebs support MAGA and Republicans? First, who gives a flying fuck about these black celebrities? Like one thing that as you get older, maybe when you're a teenager, but as you get older, you start to realize that, just like she was alluding to towards the end, is that a lot of these quote unquote black celebs, they don't really like black people. It was this week that LeBron James was shown playing golf with some white boys. I believe it was some white boys. There was a white guy somewhere. And he said that the worst place out of all places to play opposing teams is Memphis, Tennessee. For those that are in the United States, it's no surprise that Memphis, Tennessee has one of the larger black populations, in the region. And, is he saying that out of all away games for you, LeBron James, Memphis, Tennessee is I'm not saying that LeBron doesn't like black people, but, you just start to wonder, what is it, man? What is it? What is it about you get to a certain point financially, socially, and these guys and girls' career, and then you start to show that you have a deep despise for the people that look just like you? I won't understand it. That's it's pretty sick. It's pretty sick and disgusting to know. Now, if you just want to be black and be a Republican, that's on you. If you want to be black and be a Democrat, that's on you. But to support MAGA, really, really, this is the same party that was promoting a white boy that got shot in his neck and may he rest in piss, eternal piss, Mr. Kirk, huh? That party, you want to support that party that does everything that it can to, if there was a between the two parties, if there was a chance at reparations, MAGA is never going for that. The Republican side is never going for that. There's reparations that has been championed for I don't know how long, right? This side is definitely not going for that. So why do so many black celebs? I just think that I don't have a number to it, but there comes to a point where it looks like these black celebrities, they get to a certain point and they almost have to start to I don't know how to call it, because it's not, just to say despise, I feel like is like low-hanging fruit, but they start to do everything that they can to dismiss black people. Again, whether they say it verbally or just with their actions. Nicki Minaj signing with MAGA, it's not necessarily too far off for me to think that was going to happen. I didn't know that she was even that concerned with politics, but to go on Twitter and say now you care about Christians in Nigeria, and if you're Nicki and you're listening, right, because it sounds like she does her best to stay out of to go on alternative news. So Nicki, if you're listening, and the team of Nicki, if they're listening, these airstrikes that the United States, that Tinubu, for some odd reason, President Tinubu, very weird that he's allowing the United States to have airstrikes in his country. But those regions, those are populated by Muslims, like dominated. Those northern Nigeria is dominant with Muslims. So it's like, who are these Christians that are getting killed? Again, I'm not from Nigeria, so maybe I'm totally off. But if there's one thing that MAGA does, it knows how to lie. We've seen it with the South Africa white genocide, fabricated story, and I mean, so many countless other things. Wasn't the president of the United States just saying that the United States military obliterated the Iranian Air Force? And then 2 days later, one of you guys' fighter jets is getting shot down in the sky? Give a big shout out to the Iranian army. Again, why do so many blacks? I don't know. I don't have a concrete answer to this, but I just do know is that they get to a certain point and then they just start despising black people. And one of my prime examples was I used to watch Antoine Daniels early in his career. He's a Midwest guy, just like I'm a Midwest guy. And all of a sudden, the attacks on black people, it just got to a point where it's like, well, who's funding you, my guy? I think I heard, I know I'm going a little longer than anticipated, but I think I heard Black Steel or somebody, I think it was Bakari, saying he wouldn't be surprised to find out that Tariq is being funded by somebody. It wouldn't surprise me to find out later that Antoine Daniels is maybe being funded by like the likes of Tucker Carlson, because you just, every time he talks now, it just sounds like a white boy. I digress.
Appreciate that, Jacadero. In the chat, Trigger says, we definitely did not have a rugged individual problem on the continent. Part of why the worldview question is brought up is the mode of economy has to first be questioned on that access. Kofi Black Critic in the chat says, boom. Tris then says, there can't be any real transition from capitalism to something else without an understanding of behavior too, or even the group who will exact the change has to have a certain behaviors or character. Trigger says the lady in the video spoke facts. Let me go to Buana. Buana, what say you to this?
No, I do have a bit of a rugged individualist problem. And the sister addressed something in terms of black immigrants because she mentioned them. And I think I could speak to that a little bit. You know, the countries that many black immigrants are coming from, their governments have failed them. Their governments have utterly failed them. So what do you do when your government fails you? You have to rely on yourself. You have no, or your family if you have some, because not a lot of people have the families to rely on. So sometimes you are in a situation, in a position where you have to rely on yourself. And in terms of survival, that kind of pushes you towards being a rugged individual. You have to wake up every day. You have to go to work. You have to put things in place to cause yourself to be in a advantageous position. I understand that no man is an island. You know, if you go into work, obviously you're getting assistance and help, but it's because of the things that you put in place and actively do on a daily basis that helps you and assists you and cause your progress in life. Now, here's where the frustration comes. Here's where the frustration comes. If I am a person coming out of the mud and I actively work and do things after an 8-hour shift, I try to learn things outside of what I'm learning to better myself, trying to get better either at my job or trying to understand how the world works, how money works. I'm tired, but I'm expressing initiative in learning how to do things and operate, how to spend my money, how to invest my money, how to do all these things and put things in place to assist myself. It's extremely difficult to come to interact with person who either lack agency, don't care about expressing their own agency, or just saying, "Listen, man, I just need a couple of dollars to get by, and I good." And you're living in that microcosm. Because listen, I am a giver. I give to people all the time. I give clothes, I give different things that I have that I don't use, which are workable, to the assistance of other people all the time. So this idea that capitalists don't care about other people is not true. That's a false reality. Well, I guess Black Seal say I'm not a capitalist, but I give to people all the time. But if I am in a position where I could tell, hey man, you could do this. Why don't try? Have you ever tried this? There are people. I remember when I was going to the grocery store the other day, and you had some young brothers. They have this petition where you sign your name and then you give them $1, and you give them $1. I say, listen, bro. My coach used to have us washing cars because they wanted to go away to some basketball tournament or whatever. I say, why don't you wash cars? Wash cars and charge people more. You'll make more money in doing that rather than standing up in front of a grocery store waiting for somebody to give you $1. In my head, that makes sense to me. In my head, that's how my mind works. There is a, and I'm not a MAGA supporter. I don't like Donald Trump. I think he's an evil individual. But I think that for me personally, there's agency that in terms of what you do on a daily basis that is going to improve your situation, especially when you can't rely on anyone else. And some black immigrants have been exposed to that reality for a very long time. So when they come to other countries, they practice the same behavior. Because when I hear this idea of big government, could you imagine in the countries where we coming from? I don't want big government to control everything because they are ineffective. They are ineffective. And to a worse degree, they do more harm than any kind of good. So when you're in a different scenario in another country, we have I have a disposition where I don't want to hear that bullshit. And when you hear these black celebrities talking, they are talking from a different kind of situation because they're in a different tax bracket. So they gonna feel like it's benefiting their interest. I don't come from that paradigm. I come from the paradigm where I can't rely on governmental intervention and help to assist me. I gotta do it for myself. I have no recourse. And when you are imprinted with that reality and go to another place, you ask the people who are local to an area, so why are these people drawn towards this particular ideology and idea? You have to understand where these people are coming from. And I think that's sometimes what the issue is, for me. But I'll leave it there. I don't want to go on drawing on too long. I'll leave it there and just wait for the reactions.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thanks for that, Buana. Lord of Slaughter in the chat says capitalism only works if you have a population of morality. I can say right now that I am for reparations, but I'm also aware that there are people who deserve or need it more than anyone. He says places like children's hospitals, etc. With that said, let me hear from Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, what say you?
Look, man, them folks get their money. They ain't thinking about you. Hate to say it like that. And when I say them folk, black folk, and of course, I can't say it's all, right? I can't say it's all. Why do so many black celebrities support MAGA? Right? Why was it so many black people that weren't celebrities that supported MAGA? See, I ain't gonna just put that on a celebrity. I got problems with celebrities. Don't get it twisted. Like with that nonsense LeBron James just did. Said about Memphis. Now he number 50 on the NBA list to talk about Memphis, but we can't just put that on the celebrities because there was a whole lot of black folks out here supporting MAGA, even if they say they wouldn't support MAGA. They were third party. They supported MAGA. If you didn't vote against MAGA, you supported MAGA. Maybe not directly, but indirectly. So we have to look at it and understand our mentality, right? But if we're talking about the celebrities, right? Since we're talking about the celebrities, who's the easiest people in this country to belittle, to berate, to degrade? What people in this country been taught they are nothing? What people in this country has hang on to the word, calling themselves the N-word? What people do is black people, right? So once I get money, the easiest people for me to pick on, to disrespect, to crap on is gonna be the people like me, because they're gonna still need me. They're gonna still support me anyway. And even if they don't, so what? I made my money off them anyway. What did Snoop Dogg say when people was talking about him supporting MAGA? He just, when I fuck you and if FUB and all this, and ain't none of you N words gonna do nothing to me no way. I ain't no Democrat or Republican. I'm a gangster. Now I want y'all to try me. You think he would have said that to them white folk? He said to the people that have accepted disrespect all these years and figure out a way to make it sound good. Well, you know, the N word means something different today. So when we constantly call ourselves N-words, when we constantly say we're nothing, when we accept the derogatory terms that that the people that oppressed us gave us, what makes you think that when you get money, that's who you pick on? You know what they say? He was some people heroes on social media, but I ain't gonna even say his name. But what he say? You don't fight up, you fight down. You don't fight up, you fight down. And every time you look down, because we believe we're nothing. So when a black person get money, they believe you're nothing. And it's just that simple. I hear the mic.
Appreciate that, Brother Bakari. Trigger Happy in the chat says, I mean, to me, this is Trigger, I would argue capitalism is inherently immoral for it to be an impossibility. Commerce is fine, though, as this can be found in any system. Black Steel, you've heard everything everyone else had to say. What say you?
Well, first of all, thank you, Koku. I mean, but I would say this. If we're talking about, wealthy black people who have money, who have some level of standing, right? It's about supporting their class interests, right? So the average rich black person could give less than a damn about the everyday black person, right? And the reason they vote this way is because, like Bakari said, like he was talking to Snoop when they were criticizing how he voted, right? But Snoop understood the benefit of him voting that way, right? Again, he's also been cool with Trump for some time, but it's not just Trump. I don't want to put it just on him, but just the very idea of how he understands how everything works, right? We understand that these people are voting for their class interests. They don't really care about the masses of black people. They really don't, right? But this thing, as long as it's making their money, as long as it makes dollars, then it makes sense. And I think that's kind of where I think many of our people get things confused. Just because we have the same skin color with a group, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that those people are going to be on our side. So they have their own interests at hand, meaning they want to be able to make money. They want to be able to have the tax breaks. Stuff like that is very important to these individuals. Maybe not so much us. Maybe we just want to be able to afford the issues that we have as far as making sure the family has enough money to eat, there's plentiful jobs. They want that. But their interests are so different from what our interests are that I don't think that the average person realizes that. Most black people didn't support that. But you notice that many wealthy ones do. That's a problem. And the reason for that is because their class interests, their money is what they care more about. And that is something that we got to deal with, right? These people, they are class enemies, right? They will support, any type of nonsense to help them, benefit, that helps them benefit. But as far as the masses of black people, there's no concern for them. There really is no concern for them. And what makes these people so dangerous? They're celebrities. Who cares, right? But the fact that they have such an influence on the masses of African people, this is the problem. If they were just doing their thing, making their money, and it wasn't affecting us, okay, that's fine, whatever, right? But then they want to come back to the neighborhood and talk about how black people should be, doing stuff like, I don't know, investing in crypto, right? Something silly like that. Or, we should be trying to, budget our money better. Stuff like that. This type of stuff just doesn't, I don't know. To me, I feel like it's really a hustle. It really is a hustle. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Yeah.
But hold on, Black Steel. Hold on, Black Steel. I have a question for you, brother. Sorry for interrupting, Coco. So, all right. I don't know if you know this rapper named Nipsey Hussle, but he was a millionaire who stayed in his community, and the same people who you're talking about right now, and maybe it's an extreme example, and I don't want to use him, but his community, the people they harmed him. His people harmed him. You know what I mean? He was trying to I guess, bring back money to his own community, and his people harmed him. So it's one thing to talk about rugged individualism, but when these same celebrities say, well, I don't care about the black community, maybe I need to leave, because if I stay in the black community or whatever community, poor, impoverished community, the same people and the same backgrounds I come from are gonna harm me because they see me either as a threat or as a lick. So it becomes dangerous. So do you blame them? Do you blame these same people saying, well, maybe I just need to separate myself? Do you blame them?
So let me say this. First of all, Nipsey Hussle is a bad example because it wasn't no random street dude who killed Nipsey. It was a relative. I think it was a cousin or something. It was somebody who knew him personally, right? So it wasn't some random black person that was out to rob him. That was somebody that he knew is the issue. Right? But one thing you say is people get money, right? And the first thing they want to do, we're gonna move out the hood, right? We're not going to they say, oh, we're gonna get our money and get out the hood, right? But I don't know. I think it's real. I mean, to your point, yeah, you can be hurt, but most of the people who are getting hurt by people they know. This isn't some random robbery. It was a fellow, he says, a fellow gang member. It was somebody who was gang banging with him, somebody he knew. It wasn't some random person. Here's my thing, man. I understand you want to be safe, right? But you don't put yourself in a position to take from the black community more than what you put into it. We got enough people taking money out of our community. And then another thing, Buana, how you gonna say this that they got their for our community? Look at the lyrics and the music they're saying. Kill, shoot, rob, steal, fuck bitches, all of that stuff, right? But then when those same words get turned around on them, oh, we gotta get out of the hood. Nah. Again, Nipsey was killed by a friend. All right, I'll leave it.
Hey, okay. I know you don't like the Nipsey Hussle example, but okay, go ahead, brother. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'll go after you. Go ahead.
But it's not to say that there are some black people who have stayed in the black community to assist the black community, and some people, some group, whatever you want to call them, see these people as a lick. So they say, well, this guy is the only person making money within my community. Let me harm him, rob him, steal from him. And this is a reality. And Nipsey Hussle he's an extreme example, but what of the people who don't have these kinds of lyrics? I mean, who don't, even though it's not to say that Nipsey Hussle talk about these things, so therefore he deserves to get kicked in the head and shot and killed. I'm just saying that there are black people who stay in the community and harm has come to them because you see desperate individuals have decided to say, hey, I'm not going to go into white communities to commit these kinds of assaults, robberies, or whatever. I'm going to stay right here because I know that guy over there, he's a lawyer, doctor, engineer, technical person, whatever. He's making more money than I have. Therefore, let me go take what he has. This is a serious issue that I feel like we ignore sometimes.
Look, I heard the word safe used, right? I heard the word safe used. How in the hell you safe when you go around white folks? Explain to me how you safe. That's the same thing my brother Bolang said when him and his family moved to this place out here called Cumming, Georgia. How in the hell you safe when you sending your kids to school and they call monkey? Kendrick Perkins, coon as he done set up on TV and talked about the racism his child and his the other two black kids at the school. How in the hell is that safe? That's a fucking mental problem for anybody to think that is safe to put your child in that type of situation. Black people with that money, you know what black people could do? They got all that money, they brag. Instead of begging to go live next to white folk, how about build your own damn $1 million subdivision? How about build your own? You want to be safe because you ain't safe around them. So your money, when people say race and class ain't the same. You done heard rich black folks talk about how they be treated by rich white folks. Go talk to them folks. They go through it too. They gonna get treated bad by the police too. You can find all kind of examples. They get so explain. I just want to hear how the words they want to feel safe. You safe because you ain't around black. So it's okay for white people to treat you bad. Because you ain't got the sense God gave a goat to say, you know what? I'm making 50 million. You making 50 million. You making 50 million. You making 50. Like J.R. Smith say he told them NBA players. And you making 50 million. Why don't y'all build your own $1 million subdivision you want to be safe so you can live around one another? You don't have to. I understand you don't want to live somewhere where you're going to be robbed. Why don't you get your money, build this subdivision, then build you a black school where your kids ain't going to school with folks calling them monkey, or your kid ain't got to call you from work because it's just 3 black kids in your school and you got to go up there and defend them. I don't understand how that is safe. I have this conversation all the time with people. Explain the safeness to me when you move around white folk. I was talking to me. I'll never forget me and my son, my oldest son, we was doing this job out on a place called Johns Creek. This black guy saw me and my son. He was so happy to see 2 black. He came over there and told, y'all live out here, man? I'm like, no, I don't want to live out here, man. One, the area, John Creek, that's where a lot of I couldn't afford to live over there, not the area he was in. But because I ain't trying to buy no $1 million house, couldn't afford one right now anyhow at that moment. But anyway, he was like, well, over here, and he showed me some houses. I'm like, yeah, I can afford those. I said, but I don't want to live out here. Yeah, man, I said, man, it's real racist and bigoted out here. Not just racist, because racism everywhere, but it's real a lot of bigots out here, dude. Racist bigots, you see them. You're like, yeah, man, the Klan march in front of my house every night. But they can't tell me where to live. He said, not every night, every month, at least once a month. They can't tell me and my family we can't live out here. I say, dude, I'm happy for you. You can stay out here. But I don't want to stay nowhere where the Klan marching in front of my house once a month. The police ain't doing nothing. They don't have to tell me I can't live out there. I'm smart enough to know I don't want to live out there. It's not safe. It is not safe. Give me what people call the hood. I say the black neighborhood. Give me that any day of the week. Then the Klan marching in front of my house once a month. Give me that when my kids ain't going to school being called monkey and jumped on and attacked by white folk. Explain the safeness in that. We ain't going to be safe unless we create our own safeness. Running to the people that created this situation, that put us in this position, it ain't going to ever make us safe. Ever. I yield it, Mike.
No, Brother Bakari, I'm not talking in reference to leaving your community, because you make a point. You say there's a difference between race and class, and that is absolutely true. Because if you are living in a community that's deprived of economics and you making a certain amount of money, black community, there is a difference whether you live in a, because you live in a, well, you in Atlanta, there's money, there is a degree of resources, so you could live on an enclave where it's completely black wealthy people, or people who have enough means where we ain't looking at each other as a lick or food. There's a difference. So I don't have to leave my black community. I can live in a black community and still get around with black and feel unsafe, as opposed to living in a wealthy black community and the safety kind of issues kind of go away. You know what I mean? So there is a difference between class and race. That's an absolute fact.
I'm gonna tell you something, one of them. You'll be surprised. You talk about Atlanta and all the money here in Atlanta. You will be surprised the few upper middle class to rich black neighborhoods you'll see in Atlanta, bro. They have the same mentality. They want to go around them folks, bro. I'm telling you, you would be surprised of how few upper middle class to rich subdivisions that you were like what T.I. used to live. I don't know if he still lives, that place called Country Club of the South.
Yeah.
He lived in the Country Club of the South. My pressure washing business had a contract with the dude that owned 8 daycare centers. We become millionaires and we go live somewhere. We living next to people that own daycares. We living next to dentists. They was already there. May not even have as much money, but that's where we're going. Instead of building our own. From the rich to the poor.
I'll say that I think what a lot of people see in America, and Black Steel could probably explain better than me, but I think a lot of people see in America that when you talk about class and race, they'll say it's the same thing, because in America, if you look at who's poor, right, who's in the poor class, it's mostly black folks. So, you know, some people call that as an intersection. I think is really, that's just what it is. A part of the being race is the class. It's kind of baked in together. I think that's what a lot of people point to. Black Seal, am I off on that, or?
No, I agree with you. And I believe that we have to understand how these things intersect, right? But like you were saying, right? To be black is to be in a lower class automatically, right? I've always said you can't be American without being anti-black, right? You don't get to a certain point without being against black people. So all that being said, yeah, I believe there definitely are some intersections, right? Now, I'm not saying now someone who's a socialist or a communist might say the biggest contradiction is class, right? Myself being a Pan-African, I know that race is the biggest contradiction we have, but we can't ignore the way class and race both intercept each other, especially we live in a world that assumes you to be lower class based on your skin color. So a lot of these rich people, they don't want to lose their money, right? And they don't want to lose their standing in society. So they're going to align their class interests more so than their racial interests, because black people were initially brought here to do labor, right? We were the capital in the capitalist system. So when black people were brought here to work, we were never intended to have access to capital, access to wealth, right? We were just meant to be another mode of production. So when you have these richer black people, they say, you know what? Yeah, I got to keep my money right, and that's really why they align. And again, it's understandable why they would align that way. But what I take issue with is that how they go and they spread the gospel of conservative values, right? And as if it's some sort of revelation, as if that's something all black people should be doing, as opposed to just keeping their mouth shut and holding out to their own individual desires. So this is kind of my point.
I got a follow-up question. It's attached to this. So before I ask a follow-up question, let me ask, are there any last thoughts strictly on this video that we watched and this discussion that we've been having so far? Okay. So my follow-up question is due to Azuliism. Azuli is in the chat. He said Democrats support is okay, but Republican support is bad. And, that's another part of the current discourse of Black folks, particularly the FBA group, but not just them. That Black folks are on this Democratic plantation and should get off of it. And to me, I'm like, well, to do what? To get on a Republican plantation? To me, a plantation is a plantation. But this is what folks are, I guess, discussing and thinking about, that it's time to, remove yourself from around the Democrats and give the Republicans a chance. What do you got to lose, right? So I'd like each of you, if you don't mind, to just give us, me and the audience, an idea of what's the benefit of Black folks mostly being Democrat, or what's the benefit of them moving to the Republican side? Anyone could go first.
I'm gonna go first, right? The reason Black people are mainly Democrats is the Republicans are openly racist, right? It's not even no wiggle room, right? The Republican Party is openly racist, right? You have so many examples, right? So that's why Black people tend to lean more towards the Democratic Party. It's because the Republican Party is openly racist. That's the really simple answer to me, right? When it comes to the Democratic Party, I'm not a Democratic Party member, right? The thing is, you got to vote for your interests, right? However, let's look at the tail. If we compare the issues, right? You have one party, right, that supports stuff like, Obamacare, which is giving people more health care, right? You have one group that kind of speaks, and again, much of it is lip service, right? But you got some wiggle room in there. Where the other party is just like in your face, fuck these niggas. I hope they sit on by the Africa, when you literally just yesterday, one of the Republican governor candidates of the state of Florida told a Black man that he should be lynched. Right? This is just yesterday. You can't work with these people. There's no wiggle room. Whereas within the Democratic Party, there is some potential that Black people can get some of the issues dealt with. But within the Republican Party, there's just none. Now, I would say this, right? Neither party is going to give us liberation. Neither party will give us reparations, right? I believe that Black people who vote in the United States should vote their interests, not necessarily belong to any political party or whatnot, but do what you can to give you quality of life. If one party supports, expanding Medicaid, vote for that party, right? If one party is about lowering medication prices, support that, right? If one party is about, doing community programs or giving money to Job Corps, that's something you could support. But by and large, the Republican Party doesn't support any of that. They support, rugged individualism. Just the other day, Trump got on TV and said, we don't have enough money to pay for no schools and no daycare, no food. We at war, right? This is the president saying, look, every social program, we ain't got time for that. We trying to kill people overseas. That's the reality of it. So it's about voting interest, but one party is just openly racist, and that's just all there is to it. When people try to say, well, they're both racist. Now, just yesterday, dudes say, oh, you should be lynched. Democrats got their problems, and I'm not saying vote for them, But let's call a spade, okay?
Yes, at this point, Razuli, it's not a Republican Party anymore. It's a Trumpist party, brother. And the Trump has you can't. I don't see where you say support your interests. There used to be an idea in the Republican Party where you had this idea of you could get over because of merit, hard work, determined, all these ideas. But Pete Hegseth, he is openly saying, I do not want to. What he said? He said that Trump doesn't want to stand next to a black woman, when he's on the stage in terms of the army and things of that nature. He has decided not to promote black people and women solely based on color and gender. That is just absolutely against the ideas of merit based, because some of these people have been in the army for 30, 40 years. So how do you get around that? Also, you having a descendant from Haiti, the Republican Party has decided, not only because you could always say, well, Obama was the deporter in chief. Trump has decided not only to attack immigrants because they committing crimes. With ICE on the streets right now, they could pick up your moms, they could pick up your family members, they could put them in this detention center without cause. I mean, the man is he's going completely against the constitutional protections that lawful Americans used to have and no longer have anymore. And then also he is enriching his friends and donors and so forth and so forth. He's about to spend $1 trillion, a trillion with a T, $1,000 billion on the army alone. Where the basic man on the street, you can't eat bullets, brother. There are needs that the American economy that the American economy actually needs, that's going to afford the American economy, as opposed to just putting $1 trillion into army. And this is the man who said that he is no longer going to engage in these long extended wars outside of the country. This is the same man who said this. Now he's in a quagmire with Iran, about to spend $1 trillion. $1 trillion. Where that money could be better spent on Americans, because you seem to be a nationalist or whatever. I'm not making this up, brother. I'm not making this up. Check it out. Look it up. Look it up. Look it up. Look it up. He's asking the Congress to have $1 trillion spent on the military. When roads are not properly built in South Florida, I drive on South Florida roads. I know how they look. You know, there are greater needs, and you pay right now. We are paying $6.60 for a gallon of gas. Your gas, I'm sure, about to go up in a minute as well. It's not. I don't know what your interests are, brother. Maybe you make $400,000 a year, but I don't understand. Maybe you could come on and explain to me, how is this to your benefit? Because it seems to me that he is only benefiting his own friends, his cronies, etc., etc., etc. Also, and this is a sticking point for me, and the brothers them seem to forget this. It is an issue for me to have a convicted pedophile as my representative. You can't get around that. A convicted one, not a convicted one. He was charged. He was made liable for rape of that Eugene Carroll, I think, and had to pay out, I think, $100 million to her. He's a degenerate, brother. You know what I mean? You can't get around it. You can't get around it. And you say, well, what is the equivalent of that? The Democrats. I don't think that Kamala Harris would have bombed Iran. I really don't believe that. I don't think, because of bombing Iran, you're seeing the gas prices rise, and you're seeing inflation going where it's going. You're seeing the stock market going where it's going. I don't think the equivalent would have happened if the Americans decided to elect her. So you need to explain. Say I'm lying. So explain to look it up. Explain to me, how is it in your best interest to have this man currently in office? He is to America. To me, I have seen this. I think he is to America's detriment. And I don't see it seemed to be like the right wing brothers want to double down on a decision because they can't admit when they was wrong. He just is the wrong leader, brother. He's not a good person, and he just is a bad leader. And the right wing brothers have to stand on that. I'll leave it there, Cuckoo. I'm sorry for going so long.
Black
can I interject?
Black people has lost over 1 million jobs since January 2025. Right? He said Biden sent money to Ukraine and that was okay. Nobody knew that was okay. But I can tell you something else, right? Because what kills, so when he say they ain't, so when they in the chat, him and Shirley, they say they ain't just picking up people. Yes, they are. Y'all can go look up and see the 2 black dudes that was picked up by ICE, and ICE told them you look like an illegal immigrant. They were 16 and 17, 2 brothers, and detained them. They are just picking up people. I don't know, black people find, it's almost as if black people find some type of, they think just being oppressed and treated like crap at all times make them special. They are better. So when you talk about, and watch this, but one of them know, because they heard me talk about it. They didn't give a damn about Biden, but I'm also smart enough to know and honest enough to read something and understand. I know under Biden, I know under the last administration, black businesses received $10 billion in government contracts. I know that. So when you say vote your interest, I know how much money HBCUs received under the last one, and I know this one is talking about cutting $350 million in something that's already underfunded. I know this party made a law in Florida where they couldn't even use the word black in school for black history. These people can erase everything about you, but you have black people. And see, and this is what I mean when I said, I'm glad they used the word delineate, because you will find black people who can figure out a way to say what's going on is okay. And Bawana would still call him brother. I don't. Because anybody, I got a nephew, he'll tell you, if we talked, anybody trying to cape for Trump, people who can grab the mic and talk about how they want to kill people if he lose. What people was killed, what people was murdered wanting to vote, what people had the government following people who's and Koku, I know you know this, and I ain't gonna say, but you know, I've shown it to you and you've seen it, right, Koku? The government following people around just trying to damn vote. Now you got people in 2024 talking about if he lose, it's gonna be a bloodbath. And thank God they got the bikers such and such for Trump because they rough and they know what they gonna do to people if stuff get out of line. And now they want to put ICE at the voting polls. And any black person, like I said, Bawana can call him brother. I ain't. But any black person trying to cape for some white people who can openly tell you what they want to do to you, ain't no brother of mine, because I understand what side they have chosen. See, because when it come to this right here, I'm dead serious, man. See, this ain't just no YouTube shit. This ain't just no YouTube shit for me. Most of these folks ain't never dealt. We like to talk about what the ancestors did. Most of these folks ain't never dealt with nobody that the government followed around and tried to kill. So when these folks go to talking that shit into somebody like me, and I know it don't mean nothing to none of y'all, because y'all might not know him, but Koku seen it, and I'm quite sure Bawana did too. So when they go to talking this shit, you damn right. Everything I say, I mean. They ain't no brother of mine. They are not a brother of mine. Anybody caping, any black person caping for somebody openly telling you what they want to do to you. He talking about fear of a motherfucker. I ain't scared, and pardon my French on your channel. I ain't scared. I ain't scared. What did I say? The only reason I decided to do anything because they started talking about what they was going to do. Because anything they can't do nothing to me they ain't already done. But I can do some stuff to them that we ain't done. See, I live this life for real. I was born into this shit. Y'all ain't never lived that life where the Klan came and kicked in your fucking mama and daddy door, trying to kill your daddy because he wasn't scared. And we let people like this come around, man. I'm telling you. And I'm dead serious with this, man. Them folks ain't no fucking brother of mine. And I mean that. And I mean that wholeheartedly. Anybody who can cape for somebody like that, talking about what they want to do to black folk, and we let that shit ride.
Go ahead, Coach. I go.
That's a hard act to follow. I just want to say, because I got a couple thoughts in my head before I did it, and salute to Brother Bakari. I always say, I tell my children and everything, even my brother-in-law and everything, when it comes to anyone that's like, not Brother Bakari, but Brother Bakari, you know, he lived that life. But I give automatic respect to African Americans. If you're like 70 and up, you went through some shit, and I'll automatically give you respect. The certain points I want to make to Koku's question of what party. So let me start with what party, right? The Democratic Party, we all know, obviously, yes, because black people have integrity. And like Black Steel says, the Klan is, the Republican Party is openly racist, right? We just saw an example of that. I think even if Trump wasn't in there, they still would have voted no, that slavery was a crime against humanity, right? But it's the Republican Party. They control all three branches of government. They said no. So black people that knows what's going on is not surprised by that. You know, you're gonna have other right now. FBI, they ducking their head in the ground. They don't want to do that because it's about reparations. They ain't doing a 24-hour on Twitter Live going on a white man. No, they're not doing that. They still talking about tether this, tether that. I'm saying the problem with the Democratic Party, if anything was to happen as far as progress, it's a two-party system. It's either a Democrat or a Republican coming in. No other parties going in, sitting in those in the presidential seat and whatever he appoints. That's it. I don't like third party. That's bullshit. There's no time to play chess. Right now it's fucking checkers. It's either this or that, right? The problem I have with the Democratic Party. Now, I would consider myself a democratic socialist / capitalist, whatever, right? The problem that I have with the Democratic Party, so we already X'd out the Republican Party, they're not a viable option. The problem I have with the Democratic Party, and let's go to the last administration, right? And I say this all the time, and people still want to call me Democrat, but that's fine. You have black people at a stage right now where we have a 1960s mentality when we look at politics, right? What was the goal, right? To get equal rights, to get for us to be able to vote, right? No gerrymandering, right? So we could legally vote for people, and put people in power. Okay. Last administration, Joe Biden, and I remember it. This concession speech talking about what happened to Eric Garner was Eric Garner and oh my gosh and I forgot the other guy's name in Minneapolis that died. Oh yeah, we're gonna put all these bills and black people this and black people that, and I just appointed the first black vice president. Black. Okay, let's talk. Let's see. What pissed me off after John Lewis died and everything. You had Kamala Harris, all the whatever civil rights is Jesse Jackson, Martin Luther King Jr.'s children, all these people, hand in hand, we shall look, walking over across Edmund Pettiman's Bridge, just marching. I'm like, why y'all niggas marching? You were marching hand in hand with Kamala Harris over a bridge, talking about we shall overcome, woe is us, while you have a black vice president and Joe Biden say, well, I'm gonna do this for black people. Now, I ain't saying Democrats black people should do a January 6th, but you need to march your stupid ass on the White House. That is the problem with with Democrats, because They wait, they vote, they sit, they sit, eat, piss, shit, and go to sleep, and they wake up during the midterms or in another 4 years. That is the problem. You're not holding the people's feet to the fire. And there's a lot of weakness and cowardice on the Democrats, people who call themselves Democrats. That's the problem. That's the problem. That's why things don't move. Now, to my point, as far as like Donald Trump, when people say Donald Trump is not racist. I just saw he just said on, I think it was something, there was two things on the White House on website that he took that the White House took down. First, he was talking about Ilhan Omar and all the Somalis. And if anyone that follows Donald Trump, they know that every time he says someone's not smart, is intelligent, either a black person or a woman. So Ilhan Omar, she checks both boxes. But he took it further. He said Somalis are not intelligent. And he said, you know what? I can generalize. He said that. So people won't misconstrue it and say, well, no, he's just talking about Ilhan Omar and the Somalis that scam. No, he said, no, I could generalize. These people are low intelligence. They don't have a country. All they do is shoot each other. They don't have a government. He went full on racist mask off. So what are we talking about? They had another one where, again, it's when people vote for their interests. Like these, again, like people say, you have Amber Rose, you have Nick Cannon, all these other people, they're voting for their interests, right? Because their interests are not the same because they're in a different tax bracket, right? But this is the problem. Trump said, this is what he campaigned on. Trump said that, again, they took it down, but a lot of people recorded it. He said that, well, we got no time to take care of daycare, take care of people's like kids. Leave that up to the states. We're about the military. We need to start from the military. Like we have no interest in taking care of people's like daycare. We're not doing that. Leave it to the states. Idiot. The federal government subsidized the states. Like, what are you talking about? Like all like education and a lot of things that the federal government subsidized the states. So they took that down, but everyone had it. All I'm saying is to say when it comes to this problem that anyone at this point right now that's saying that Donald Trump is not a racist, they're just a freaking idiot. You're a fucking idiot and you should not be talking. You should be doing your homework, right? So when it comes to class, so either I had this conversation before, either us as black people come together as a whole and do what the Chinese people do. Right now, anyone Google what is the richest demographic in the United States? And it's Asians. How often are Asians partake in politics? Rarely. But they're still the richest race in America. So either we get our money right, or we just fucking doomed and we just go to Africa, go to the Caribbean or something because we don't get it together. We saw what happened to Jasmine Crockett. We have to do something because it's not 1960s no more where we could just say, well, let's get all black people to vote. That's not good enough. I'll leave it at that.
Appreciate that, Kofi. Thanks for coming through, by the way. So I like what Kofi did there. He talked about the follow-up question, but he also addressed the original prompt. So we're going to welcome in I know Bakari might say different. We're going to welcome in our brother, Azuliism. Azuli, speak to the prompt and then speak to that follow-up question that you had.
Y'all brother.
Well, I don't know this nigga.
Yo, if you don't want to call me your brother, I don't care. I'm not your brother. You don't want me my brother. That's facts. I don't care. What I was saying is this: when I put on the thing, a lot of these people on this chat, they never call out the Democrats for BS, but now they want to come like Boana said. Trump is selling trillions of dollars. Biden sent mad money to the Ukraine. That money could have been used for the roads, for the school, for the healthcare, all of that. Quiet. When Obama was bombing Libya and the first black president to bomb Africa, quiet. I'm saying that, yo, vote for your interest. If a celebrity says he's a Republican, so people don't have the right to be a Republican? All black people have to be Democrats? Let me give you an example. Look at all the Democratic cities that are run by Democrats. All these Democrats are stealing money from their own people. Some brother just said right here, Jasmine Crockett was defending illegal immigrants over black people. Illegal immigrants. Well, when I was talking about Trump said this about Haiti. I'm because I'm Haitian. I'm a go. He wasn't lying. Haiti is a shithole. Not the people, but the people running it are assholes.
Were they eating cats and dogs in Ohio though?
Oh, you know what? Haitian people. I was in Haiti. I know some Haitian people that eat cats.
No, were they eating cats and dogs?
What are you gonna tell me?
Were they eating
Haitian people that eat cats? When I was in Haiti,
Ohio,
and
Ohio,
it's not the predominant of Haitian people that eat cats like that. Maybe a small percentage or whatever. Why do I care about that? Black Americans, they eat possums, they eat raccoons. That doesn't affect me. See, that don't hurt me. Those little things. Was Trump saying that to do I agree with what Trump? Oh, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs? No, I don't agree with that. What I'm saying is, I'm not here to say that Trump is a saint. Trump is this for us. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying stop acting like Trump is the worst thing that could happen to black people. Meanwhile, Biden was the one that created the crime bill with freaking Bill Clinton. What are you talking about? Oh, because the Trump stuff. A lot of Trump things. Do I favor it? Am I agree with it? No, but I know it's two wings of the same bird. They're playing good cop versus bad cop.
Razuli, do you smoke?
Yeah, I smoke. Because you see what you're using right now? That's the same thing everybody's using. I'm crazy, right? Yeah, that's your typical shit. Do I smoke? Okay, fact. All I'm saying.
Blow, get you a little hit, man, because you kind of intense right now, brother. Calm down.
No, okay. Again, I get it. That's all of that is leftist liberal shit. Oh, calm down. That's a Karen shit you telling me right now. You scared? You gonna call the cops?
So, Zuli, why was the Haitian community when ICE came to New York City? Since you are a big supporter of Trump, why was the Haitian community defending themselves against ICE when they came to New York City? I would assume that you probably was fighting with ICE when they was attacking the immigrant community in New York City, grabbing up everyone that they could. Didn't know who was criminal from who was a non-criminal. Didn't know who was illegal from who was non-illegal. Now they telling people, if I hear an accent, this is how ICE going about executing their law and order now. If I hear an accent, I have a right to pull you over and interrogate you as to your comings and going into the country. Is that an idea of being an American?
And the Supreme Court said that's okay. And the Supreme Court said that's okay. The conservative Supreme Court.
Let me ask you a question. If I get pulled over by ICE and they ask me, because I have an accent, and they say you're this and that and the third, what am I gonna do? I'm just gonna show my shit, right?
Yeah, but you as an American citizen, you have an American citizen have a free right to go anywhere without somebody questioning you about your place of origin and asking you to show your papers. What is this, Germany? This is America. This is America, Berzuli.
You know why you have all of this energy? It's because they put the battery in your back. Because you know who was doing the same thing? Obama deported over 6 million people. Do you know why? Let me finish.
Why are you talking about Obama? Only Republicans do that. Trump has been the president for over a year, and you guys always keep going back to Obama and Biden.
Okay, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying that. I understand what you're saying. The reason why I say that, this is it. I'm trying to show you that all this energy that you have is not your own. It was put to you by CNN, MSNBC, and all these people. Because guess what?
Okay, no, you can't do that. You're telling people where they're getting their source. No, you're being disingenuous. Instead of asking us, you're telling us where we're getting our source. Our source could also be Fox News. Our source is also fucking Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth, Pam Bondi, coming from the actual horse's mouth. We don't have to go to CNN to see the fuckery that's going on. So while I got your attention, let me address certain things to you that you Black Republicans always do. You're blaming Joe Biden for the crime bill, not knowing that the crime bill was a bipartisan agreement by the Democrats.
No, it was not.
And the Republicans.
No, it was not. I looked at the vote.
Bro,
I looked at the vote. I know how people voted in that. Go look at the vote to see who voted for that more.
I already did. It was a bipartisan bill. It was not just a Democratic bill.
Who wrote it?
Kofi, let me tell you something.
Who passed it?
Kofi, every time they mention the crime bill was written, and not trust and watch this. Anybody who know me and heard how I talk about Biden, right? But the crazy thing is, you can talk about a Democrat, don't nobody say nothing, but you say something about Trump bitch ass, they get mad. So So this is what I'm gonna say. Why was the crime bill written? Because Ronald Reagan, who been recorded calling little black Africans, calling black people little monkeys,
that flooded the black neighborhood with
all
drugs.
that damn crack into the black neighborhood and had y'all black asses standing in line for some damn nasty ass government cheese. Something y'all motherfuckers never mentioned.
Nope.
See, here's the problem I have. You can talk about, they go back, talk about Obama, they'll talk about any Democrat. But if you say something about Trump, these motherfuckers go to stroking. They go to stroking. They get mad as hell. Like somebody give a damn about them getting mad.
I'm dead.
They get mad because you talk about somebody who sit there and so what that fat white woman name who was with them, Roseanne, because she had a show and she got kicked off her show for being racist. What's her name? Big fat white woman.
Roseanne Barr.
Roseanne Barr. Not only did these motherfuckers sit and say Haitians was eating cats, since we got a coon that won't agree with that, won't you find her videos where they sitting up there and she got a couple Republican politicians with them talking about they're also eating the babies and little kids in Ohio too. See, here's the thing, because they so quick to defend a motherfucker who tell them how he feel, tell them they want to hurt them. They so quick to defend that. They don't want to hear it. I'm going to keep telling your weak ass. Because some got to be wrong with black people who want to get mad with black people for shitting on some. Got people that want to kill you. Some got to be wrong with these black people. And I don't give a damn who it is. Some got to be wrong with them. Got to be. I'm going to defend the person. I'm going to defend the people that say they got people that going to kill you, want to kill you if they lose an election. Some got to be wrong with these people. And y'all know y'all still call them, bro.
Azuli, what do you... I agree. Azuli, so you're defending what? Okay, let's give you some grace here. I'm not going to say you're a MAGA. What has Donald Trump done, either his last term or this term, that you disagree with?
This is what what I'm saying is this.
I just want to know what you disagree with, because you say Donald Trump, you don't agree with everything with Donald Trump. So I'm curious to know what his policy, his EOs that he's pushing that you disagree with. Because I showed you what I disagree about with Democrats. So what do you disagree with the Trump administration?
I'm gonna use this whole thing with the Iran situation. I don't understand it. I don't know what it's for. I disagree with it. But hey, why can that's what they doing? What I'm trying to my whole point was I'm trying to say
the Epstein files, because he's a fucking pedophile and a sick fucking bastard. So this was
lying,
his whole
right?
Iran thing.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
He's on the blacklist. He's on the blacklist.
That's a lie. But
you were doing so good. He is on the flight list. Okay. That's why Pam Bondi is not the DOJ no more, because she's covered up the Epstein files and Trump threw her under the bus.
Okay.
Like, why you think Pam Bondi is no longer the DOJ no more? Okay. And the new DOJ says that we're not gonna send out no more files.
Let me ask you a question.
6,000 files. They only sent out 3 million. Donald Trump has been mentioned over 3,000 times in the Epstein files. But then
let me ask you a question.
Sitting here telling me that I'm lying.
You are. Let me ask you a question.
Wow, man.
Biden was president, right? Biden had those files, right?
Biden.
Let me
stop.
Are you
Biden.
finished talking or can I fucking
is the
talk?
president.
No, let him talk. Let him talk, Kofi. Let him talk.
So let me ask you a question. Biden was president, right? He had all these files. All these files that are released now, he had them. How come he didn't release them himself? If he had released all these files and Trump wasn't them, like you said, that would have cut his presidential run. Why didn't he release it?
I can answer that question because you listen to Fox News and OAN
It's not Fox News. I make my brain work. I'm not a toy soldier like y'all.
Because Jack Smith, if you don't know who Jack Smith is, Jack Smith was indicting Trump on all those things. On the documents case, on the Epstein files, he was doing all of that. But since
why does that have to do with Biden releasing the file?
Hold on. I'm answering your question. Since half of America is more racist, and they voted for a convicted pedophile, rapist, felon, Jack Smith said, "Okay, I can't convict a sitting president," and he gave up. That's the only reason why. Look up the cases that Jack Smith was
not a sitting president. I'm talking, Kofi, you're lying. Trump was a sitting president when Biden was president.
I'm done, y'all. This dude's an asshole.
You better be done. Back to
Bowana. You're an asshole. You say
I have another question.
That's fact. You're an idiot.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, you can tell that to the sheeps. I don't buy that. But Bowana, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, Bowana. Bowana, you mentioned the thing about Haiti and all of that. Oh, Trump said Haiti's a shithole. Bro, look at it. I'm not saying I'm Haitian. The people of Haiti are not whatever. The government is. Guess who did dirt in Haiti more than any administration? Take a guess. It was a Democratic thing.
Hillary
the Clintons.
Sure.
So what are we talking about? So what are we talking about?
But I want to ask you a question.
I got Haitians in my family, and you're
quick question, Rizuli. Quick question.
Hold on.
If ICE, yeah, give me 1 second.
Hold on. Can I speak? Hold on.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Haiti's a shithole, right? Now you Haitian, right? You said the Haitian government is a shithole. Who overthrew Haiti's government? Who has constantly waged war against the Haitian people?
Let me ask you a question. I'm glad you said that. I'm about to answer it. Okay,
so you answer mine first, and I'll respond to yours.
Okay, what your question is who is okay, hold on. Who's creating the
about this? Zuli.
Yeah. Who is you asking me who
Azuli, come
right?
on, come on.
No, I'm about to say come on. Are you gonna let me speak? I don't understand. I don't like who's creating that upheaval? Foreign governments, right? That could be the French, that could be the West. Yes, right? Yeah, but this is the question, though, my brother. Hold up.
Come on now. Say it.
Let me finish.
Say it. No, that
let me finish it. But guess what, though? Guess what? You're right. You got it. All right. You got it. Democrats are the greatest. Republicans are bad. You got it. I'm out. Yo, Koku. I'm off, bro. Keep doing your thing, bro.
Don't go off yet. So I have a question. Melania Trump has a foreign accent. She has a European foreign accent. And I have a Caribbean accent. You have a Caribbean accent, Zuli. So if I stop either of us, who do you think that end up in the detention center, brother?
Who ends up in the detention center?
Yes.
Probably you.
Why me?
Why you? Because they're gonna say you're a Caribbean person.
But why not her? She's Eastern European. She have an Eastern European accent. Why does it have to be? She could be illegal just like I could be illegal.
Okay. You know, so Bowana, you know the reason. Who rules this country?
But this is,
you know the reason. So why are you telling me?
But you jumping over these kinds of issues.
I'm not jumping over it. So if they're doing it to you, they should do it to Eastern European too. But we know what the truth is.
Absolutely. So when Trump says the people in Ohio are eating dogs and cats, and he says that Somalians are committing frauds and crime. How come he never mentioned?
And they're stupid.
Europe?
And wait. Buona. And they're stupid. A sitting president of the United States of America is calling a group of African people stupid.
Right. How come he never ever mentions illegal Europeans coming to America committing criminal acts and fraud and things of that nature? Have you ever heard him say that? Ever?
I heard him go against the Ukrainian people. I heard him talk about that
in Ukraine.
Government.
In Ukraine.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about in America. Have you ever heard him
No.
say the same?
No.
So when people say the Trump have a racist kind of view and things like that, it ain't Fox News. Is what he's saying. He's saying it, and some things he's saying, some things he decided not to say. He talk about Mexicans and what they doing. He talk about Africans and Caribbeans, just like FBA, by the way. But he never mentions European immigration and the criminal acts they do to America. The Italians been coming to America forever with all kind of mob activity, but you never hear him stand on the platform and say anything in terms of Europe. Matter of fact, Elon Musk came to America illegally. He came to America illegally.
Okay, so, if you say so, but okay.
But just look it up, brother. Elon Musk came to America illegally. And then he eventually, this is a fact. And then he eventually, so I'm saying, what I'm saying is, it shows I am not looking at Fox News. I'm not looking at any kind of other news stations or whatever. I am just looking at his actions, and I judging him based on his actions, not
so
no
why
one else.
So why weren't you and between 2016 and between 2020 and 2024, where was all that vitriol for that other sitting president?
I am not a big. Let me tell you something. I am not a big Biden advocate. I thought Biden. No, I thought Biden was an old man and he shouldn't have been in power because after a while.
Because you guys defended Biden, you defended Kamala. Kamala was going to be. You just said Kamala would have been a better person.
No, that's not even true. I mean, shit on Trump. Crazy. I don't know if you don't know me, bro. But I went in on Biden several times.
So I'm back to what the brother was saying about the Haitian people, about who create those dysfunction in the Haitian. Yes, the West plays a part in it, but guess what? At the end of the day, it's the Haitian person that choose to betray another Haitian person for bread. Did you all hear about the Haitian guy that was giving Dominicans Haitians passport to come to America under the Biden administration? So you mean to tell me that Haitian man that was in cahoots taking passport away from his own people, giving it to the Dominicans who have a strong, not all the Dominicans, but have a strong hatred for the other side of the island. So what is this man? This man, he's not a piece of shit.
Anecdotal information.
That's not anecdotal. That's in the news, brother. What are you talking about anecdotal? What are you talking about?
So all Haitian people are doing that? All Haitian people are doing it.
He just told you don't watch the news, so don't listen to shit he say about the news.
Bro, you see the problem with you? You went to war for the same country you claim is racist. You went to war for them. Shut up, bro. You went to war for them. You joined their army.
You're bending over.
You're a hypocrite. Stop lying.
You're bending over for them. And we all see that. You're bending over for that with a big smile on your face.
Wait a minute, Kofi, because he say you watch the news. See, I ain't gonna go to the news. Because I can talk about this shit because it happened when
Bro, you went to war for them. You should be quiet. You should be quiet. You're claiming they're racist. This country's so racist. This country's so bad. But you still joined their armed forces and went to shoot other people for them. Quiet.
He's an African American and he knows more than you. Shut the fuck up.
Who brought the white Afrikaners to this country?
You went to fight for the same people you call as racist, bro. Stop it. You weak, bro. If that's the case, you weak. Shut up.
So here's the point. They get mad when you talk about Trump. They say cracking down on immigrants. He brought all them damn white Afrikaners here. You know who he took them motherfuckers to? He took them motherfuckers to Greenville, Greenwood, Glen Allen, Chatham, Mississippi. And you know what they had to be guaranteed? They had to be guaranteed a job making $5 an hour more than any black person there. Gave them house, gave them land. Motherfucker, I know because it's my hometown. You know who got rid of them motherfuckers? The last administration, the last president, and everybody that heard me talk about him, that's who got rid of them. You know how them black people, 13 black people sued, end up winning $2.5 million in lost wages because of that last president. You know how they got their land in Mississippi and Alabama. Some of them got their land back because of that last president. So we can sit here and we can talk, and I've been critical of Joe Biden, but guess what? He ain't the president no more. Ain't no need for me to be critical of him. I'm critical of the motherfucker in charge. I'm critical of the motherfucker that's shitted on black folks. And I'm most definitely critical of black folks who sit here and try to cape for this shit. Don't care how much he shit on black folks. And I'm going to tell everybody on the panel again, y'all put up with this, calling these type of people brothers. He's okay with him bringing them damn Afrikaners here, sending them to Mississippi, getting guaranteed jobs, making $5 an hour more, giving them a house, giving them a land where they can live free. He okay with that because it's not a Democrat. And y'all keep calling these people brother.
They did the same thing. They did the same thing when the illegals came to New York. When the illegals came to New York, the so-called illegals came.
Who done lost their jobs, who losing their money because of shit like that.
They did the same thing when the illegals, in New York City, when they put up all these illegals in 5 Stars Hotel, while black people.
That's a lie. That's
not a lie. That is not a lie. That is not a lie. They just. Do you know why New York City's in the $12 billion deficit? Mayor Adams said it.
I live in New York too.
Eric Adams said it.
You can't tell me.
Adams said it.
You can't, your boy that's doing for fraud.
Eric Adams said it.
Absolutely. You literally 1 centimeter away from being illegal your damn self, bro. What are you talking about?
Hold on. One quick interjection. I don't want to forget the reason why we're having this follow-up discussion. I want to ask Azuli real quick. So Azuli, based on your faith in the other side of the aisle, the Republican side, Trump in this current time, are you okay with the fact that the people who are paraded in front of us are celebrities, that they are MAGA enthusiasts and stuff like that? Are you okay with that?
No, I'm not. What I'm saying, this is what I'm not as okay with it as I'm not okay with with celebrity Democrat trying to program me the other way. I'm saying, yo, look. This Democratic person comes with a bill. This Republican comes with a bill. We're gonna look. Okay, this Democrat favor me this time. I'm gonna go with the Democrat. If this Republican bill right here favor me, I'm gonna go there. This is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, in America, like when a black person says he's a Republican act, trash. No, let's not listen to him. Oh, he's MAGA. You could be Republican and not be MAGA. I don't understand. What I'm not saying. What I'm saying is,
can you explain how can you be a black Republican but not be MAGA? I'm not saying it's not possible. I know some. The explanations they gave
because you might be a conservative. You might believe in small government. You might believe in and what is it? You might be a millionaire. You might be a rich person, and the tax bracket favor you with what the Republicans are doing. You might be that. What I'm saying,
I agree with all that, except for the small government part, because Trump is breaking breaking norms, and he is involved in every part of the government. So Republicans say they want small government in places where they can make money, right? Or they do culture wars. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to take away Black history, right? That's the government, and that's the government messing with states' rights. The states have to teach whatever they want. You know, Trump holding money that's really allocated for government programs, right? For education, for Affordable Care Act. He's holding that money back. He even said that he's going to do that to red states. He's getting back at all his political opponents, but that's supposed to be okay. This is the best person for the job, according to you, who's being who's saying openly. Joe Biden never did that. Joe Biden never did that.
Joe Biden never did that, bro. They went after
the Biden
administration. Come on, don't, this is why I don't like when they did the same thing, bro.
James Comer charged Hunter Biden. There was a probe of Hunter Biden. What probe does Trump have on the other side? They forced his hand with the Epstein files, right? The Epstein files are still not released yet. It's over 4 months.
He released more files than your boy Biden ever did.
I already told you, but you too ignorant to understand.
No, it's not ignorant. You want to play with my mind, brother. That's not going to happen. Trump was not president when Biden had them files.
Jack Smith the whole time. All of a sudden, no one knows who Jack Smith is now. That's very convenient.
All I'm saying is, Koku, is this. All I'm saying is this: just if Denzel Washington, I'm not saying Denzel Washington is a Republican or whatever. If Denzel Washington comes out and say he's Republican, the majority of black people are going to turn against him. But if Biden, if Wesley Snipes come out and said he supports Kamala, Joe Biden, or them, there's no problem with that. What I'm saying is,
why is that? You're just saying it. Why is that a problem? Why do you think black people, for the most part, are Democrats? Why is that? Because they don't see how.
No, because in the 1960s, the Democrats bought them. Their leaders sold them out to the Democrats. Because if you know, before the 1960s, the majority of black people were Republican.
Yes, because of the Southern strategy. So all the Confederates and the Democrats, they changed parties. So all the racist ass motherfuckers that you like, they became Republicans.
Bro, you saying that I like them. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying that they're technically both are different wings of the same bird. I'm saying look for your interests. Vote for what get your people the best chance to survive from generation to generation. Don't show no allegiance to one party. That's what I'm saying.
Conservative. Black people are not culturally, are not politically conservative. If
That's a lie. That's a lie. You're lying. You're lying. You are lying. You're a liar. You're a liar. Black people are conservative. They are not liberals. Black people are conservative.
Why are you still talking? Because you don't like the answer I'm going to tell you.
You're a liar, bro. You making shit up.
All right. Let's not get the shouting match as Sister Cheryl in the chat kind of advised us. Although this is a very good conversation. This is what I come here for. This, by the way, to our earlier point Brother Bakari made, this is why I don't like the echo chamber. Because at least it allows me the opportunity to sharpen my iron. Someone comes with something that's against what I believe in, I get to sharpen my iron, and I get to hear you guys do it too. I just want to take this time to introduce Sister Cheryl to the chat. Sister Cheryl, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, Sister Cheryl. So, Sister Cheryl, you saw the video that this conversation started with. And the prompt was
I'm sorry, but I didn't see the whole video. Honestly, I didn't see the video. I was out at the time, but I'm just working off of the questions.
All right. Well, the video was essentially about black celebrities become MAGA and pro-Republican when they make it. So the beginning of this conversation was about that, and then Erzuli brought up the idea of that's been a long-running current discourse is this thing about being on the Democratic plantation versus switching over to the Republican one. And you've heard the brothers here so far talk about why it makes more sense to stay on the Democratic plantation per se than anything. So what say you to all of it?
Well, you know, plantation at the end of the day I wasn't sure if I was hearing people who are agreeing with the Democratic side versus the Republican side. I feel like from what I was listening to, some people are just like, well, these are the policies that make sense. Not so much that they're one or the other, but based on the issues that the country is having, well, this makes sense. But just because we say, oh, maybe a Republican does something and they put forth policies that make sense, doesn't mean necessarily that Black people are for that party. I think sometimes I think Black people tend to not have a good understanding of politics. They just know what sounds right. So, for instance, if a Black person, if a white Republican says, "I don't want any more, I don't want any more the LGBT stuff in the school," that's all they hear. That's a very Republican standing point, but that doesn't make a Black person Republican. And I could say the same thing for many other policies surrounding, like, let's say, and I think most people. This is where I think Democrats and Republicans kind of blend, like they kind of agree on. I think we should start with, where do Democrats and Republicans agree? Because I think all Democrats and all Republicans, well, most of them, I won't say all, but most of them would agree that the security of America is what's most important right now. And I understand what this country was built on, settler colonialism. We all understand that. But as of right now, what America is going through, um, in terms of security of any nation, especially America, where America goes into other countries and bullies other countries and does all these things, I think most people would agree that the security of this nation is one of the top priorities of America. And to say that you don't believe security is the top priority, and by security I mean who you choose to let into your country. All countries have this rule. I mean, we don't have to agree with what America has become in the foundation and how it started. But as we are living today, for those of us who actually live in America, you cannot forego the security of the nation. And if the borders are wide open, and they've been wide open during the Biden administration, and they were wide open during the Obama administration, then they have millions upon millions of people that come into the country that want to do harm to regular everyday people. So when you're talking about security, you're talking about security at airports, you're talking about security at every military bases all over the place. And yeah, I think somebody mentioned something about how people join the military, but Black people join. That's a bad faith argument, because some Black people join because they're like, yeah, America, yeah, I'm an American. But some Black people join because financially and economically we feel we have no other choice. So you gotta be cognizant of that. So going back to the security of the nation, like we cannot, like right now, like in reality, it's a serious thing. You talking about sleeper cells, they got all types of stuff, like stuff happening at airports, stuff that we don't even fully have a full understanding of, because if we did, we will all be running around um in a chaotic mess, right? So we got to be realistic about the things that happen on a day-to-day basis. There's people that come into this country that do not want America. Like, if they could bomb America right now, they will bomb every major airport. They will bomb the White House and all this stuff like that. And that has an impact on us. That right now, unfortunately, that's that's the way it is.
Yeah.
And to to say that we can't just keep going, oh, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, because y'all know how I feel. Y'all know how I feel about O'Bruni. Y'all know how I feel about them. I'm not for that. But if I hear something that sounds right, if it's right, it's right, and if it's that's just what it is. And we don't have to agree on everything, but we can agree on those simple things.
So if I'm gonna interject, I'm real quick before you start, Kofi. I don't give a shit about immigration. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't give a flying fuck about it. I'm gonna tell you why. What is the number one threat to the security of the United States?
and they said it multiple times, it is domestic white nationalist terrorism. If America really, hold on, they wasn't talking about all of a sudden immigrants are a threat. They did a study, right? And this is a study that all can be found online easily. Illegal immigrants commit less crime than most of the population. What they like to do, they like to cherry pick and find horrible examples. But for the most part, illegal immigrants ain't really the ones you need to be worried about at night. I'm sorry. It is a fear-mongering tactic that this administration has been using. I'm not just going to blame the Republicans, because the Democrats also were involved in that. That's why they call Obama the deporter-in-chief. So, but illegal immigrants ain't really something we need to be concerned about. America, all this land that we talk about, Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, that all was belonged to Mexico. The United States stole that land from these people. All of a sudden, we're scared of them. No. Like Chris Rock said, I'm not worried about Al Qaeda. I'm worried about Al Cracker. All right. These white people, these are the ones I'm concerned about. I don't care about Jose. They're coming over the border to pick strawberries. I don't give a fuck about Jose, Maria. I've had a couple situations where I live where the school I work at, right, has a lot of Hispanic people. And ICE has pulled up and they snatched the children, they snatched the parents in front of the school, right? So who are these people hurting? Who are they really hurting? Meanwhile, you got these white people building whole arsenals, okay? The dude who killed Charlie Kirk, he was no left winger. This man was a whole, he was even more right winger than Charlie Kirk, but yet we got people fear, it's the immigrants. White people real good at that, man. They're real good at deflecting the blame.
They are, but at the same time, if you are a white nationalist and you live in a nation that was founded on white nationalism, then, like you said, you're gonna find every little thing to nitpick at, and that's where you get these little nasty little comments about, people that are about brown people and stuff like that. You get all these little things, but at the end of the day, this is a white nationalist nation. And so if their population is already threatened, how does it make sense for them to keep allowing people into the country that do not look like them? I don't think we should think in terms of what's right and what's wrong, because I think we're far past that. We've been far past that with this nation. It's not about what's right or what's wrong. It's about them maintaining their bloodlines and their lineage.
I kind of wanted. I'm sorry. I thought you were finished. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
What you are right. I'm going to go on the point that you said, right? Everyone, both parties are supposed to be concerned about the safety and the sanctity of this country. So, Donald Trump, his first administration, when he first started, planes were crashing. He put I forgot the name of the guy's name. Department of the Transportation was a guy that used to be on MTV Road Rules. Planes are crashing and falling out of the sky. Republicans don't say. They say it was DEI.
Yes, he was. You're lying. He was a left winger.
Again, on Trump's watch, planes are falling out the sky. Trump also, his first term, he messed with Iran, killed their General Soleimani. Iran didn't attack. People thought it was going to be World War III. He dodged that, right? He put on Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a person that don't believe in vaccines. And then all of a sudden there's an outbreak of measles and smallpox and everything. Again, if you're a person and you just say you have candidate A and you have candidate B, and candidate A believes that that black people and women aren't qualified as a straight white man, and you have another candidate that says, well, all people are qualified as, the ones that meet the qualifications, no matter who they are. That's who people are picking. But I'll end it with this. The reason why Trump is in office right now was the Democratic Party was part of that. Joe Biden didn't want to leave, right? The Democrats was kind of hiding You know, he missed a lot of steps. He got grandpa energy. But I still take Joe Biden on his worst day versus Trump, who falls asleep all the time, yada, 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 yada. But what I'm trying to say is that this country said, I don't want a black woman in charge. I'm going to go again with the judicature.
He's not black. He's not black. Stop lying.
Black.
Okay, you
But
stop.
the point is that no, let him finish. Let him finish.
No. She's saying no. I'm not gonna let him because I had enough. I'm sorry, Sister Cheryl, but he's stupid because
No, he's good. You good.
me as a person from the like he's an idiot. Me as a person of people here from Caribbean descent, I have cousins that are half black, half Indian. If you look at them now, they're blacker than Kamala Harris, right? What he is cheerleading for a draft dodger. He's running for that. Her parents were both in the civil rights era. At the time where Donald Trump didn't want to
she wasn't. The mother came to America and checked. She was white on the census. Stop lying.
I'm talking about your white daddy. Just hold on.
Stop lying. I'm not defending no Trump. I'm talking about you're lying about Kamala. That's what I'm saying.
At this time, Donald Trump didn't want to let black people in his building, him and his father. His niece and his nephew said that Trump had said the N-word many a times, right? We all know about the Central Park Five. All I'm saying, when you look at the character of a person and you look at their policies, Trump doesn't add up. Logically speaking, that's all that I'm saying.
But when Trump,
well, if you're
Jesse
talking about
Jackson,
character, hold on. If we're talking about character, what did Kamala Harris do when she was an appointee in California, when she was taking black children away from their parents? Like, well, we can do this all day. Kamala Harris has awful stuff on her thing. We can do this all day long.
That's not.
We can do this all day long, but that's not the point. The point is not. It's not like a dick measuring contest for who's worse. And I feel like we shouldn't be getting into that. We should be getting into what, huh?
No, I was going to tell you because you said that she was doing, taking away. So what you're saying is true, yes, right? But it was for kids. Like, just listen to the argument. If an official sees that your child is not going to school, you're saying
no. Stop right there. She was putting black people in. She was putting black men, specifically black men. She doesn't like black men. She was putting black men in jail.
You don't know it.
Stupid thing. No, sir. We're not going to do that.
You don't know it, so let me answer it.
About 40 people. Only about 3 of them. What are we talking about?
She was laughing about putting black men in jail and taking them away from their families for menial crimes and stuff that she would never dare dream of putting white people in jail for. So we're not going to go there. That's peanuts. But the point is,
40 people were convicted under her watch, and only 3 of them were black.
Kofi. Lebakari respond, and then I have a new panelist.
The point is that there's rules. Every country has rules. So I mean,
the thing is, see, here's the thing. When people say that about Kamala, they haven't studied when they say that about Kamala, they truly haven't studied what happened. She did convict over 3,000 black people. 40 of them went to jail. What she did was, in everything I'm saying, you can look it up. I showed it several times on my channel. What she did was she created programs to help people go to school. People went to trade school. People did community service. And once they showed their paperwork that they had finished their community service and whatever trade school they did, they didn't even have a criminal record anymore. So when people say that, she did convict that many, but only about 40 of them went to jail. And that's just the truth. Because everything.
But why did she convict them?
Because they broke the law. You just said, wait a minute.
White people break the law all the time. Why did she not convict any of the white people?
I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to use your words to answer your question. You just
said. Why
did
she convict any of the white people?
Because we weren't talking about the white people. White people were convicted too. If you look it up and study it. But what you just said was.
She's married to a white man.
I don't care. But what you just said was.
That's the problem. That's the problem. You don't care.
What you said, Cheryl, what you said was The country got laws and you have to follow the law. You were just talking about how you agree with the rules that's been implemented for immigration. But because I said Kamala did something.
No, they cherry picking though, but they cherry pick.
I'm not cherry.
That's the point. I'm not saying you cherry pick. I didn't say you cherry pick. I said they do. Calm down. You need to calm down, brother. Brother, we talk about two different issues. We talk about immigration versus other things. You can't conflate the two, man. You can't do
pick
that.
and choose which laws to obey. What you saying?
Don't you love women? Why are you raising your voice at the lady?
Calm down. Calm
She ain't
down,
my
brother.
mama. I didn't raise my voice to her, and if I did, I apologize because I never meant to raise my voice to Cheryl. I only raised my voice to Azuli in anger. So Cheryl, I
that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I apologize, Cheryl, if it seemed
No, you good. No, it's passion. No, I get
No,
it.
you need to
It's
apologize
no
to
big
me.
deal.
You need to apologize
It's
to me.
okay. You ain't gotta apologize to me. You ain't gotta apologize to me.
Equal rights, equal left. If you can yell at Urzuli, why you can't
You
yell
need
at
to
Cheryl?
apologize to me. You need to
You can yell at anybody. Anybody can get it. I'm not a sexist at all. Anybody can get it.
I can fire.
Anybody can get
it. Of the panel. She's the only woman that always come up here. Cheryl cannot get it. I won't let nobody scream at Cheryl. I got her back. Even in the things
It's all good. It's all good. But like, all right, Kamala Harris, you do realize like she's black when it's convenient, right? She's first of all, Kamala is this is the problem when she's mixed. She has an Indian, Indian father. She's black when it's convenient. You can see when she talks how fake she is. We're not gonna sit up here. She's so fake. I can't believe black people see right through it because she black, so it don't matter. It's just like with Katanji. Katanji is the worst. She's the worst. She's the absolute worst. But black people don't.
No,
She's
Sister Cheryl,
actually
don't
black.
talk about Katenji like that. She's for us. She's for us.
Katanji is a fool. She's a fool.
I would like
She's a fool. That's coming from another black woman. She's a fool.
So you want the whole?
Because you just made a statement about her being terrible. Could you go deeper in what you mean by that? In what way?
I don't even. Are we? Do we got time for that? Like,
Yeah, dissect her.
do we got time? Because it's a lot.
Go ahead.
Y'all do remember when she wouldn't answer what it was to be a woman or a man? What's the difference between a woman or a man? Right? Y'all remember that? Y'all forgot? Y'all forgot about that, huh? She wouldn't even answer the question.
You don't need no more.
She has allegiance. Her allegiance. She's married to a white man. Her allegiance is to the white power structure.
Cheryl,
Y'all not
no
gonna sit up here
more.
and tell
No
me
more,
she was for
Cheryl.
her. She's for us. Stop.
Don't give them no more, Cheryl.
No, Cheryl.
No more.
You're making this up, Cheryl. Miss Cheryl, you're making it up. She is for us. She is for us.
Oh my God, you're lying.
That's
Yo,
a
stop.
lie.
You playing. You playing. You gotta be playing. You gotta be playing.
You know I'm playing.
Bro,
You know
That's
I'm
a
playing.
lie.
You can't.
What of her rulings have you disagreed with?
I just told
Can I say something, because I thought it was I could say something now. I know you're heated, all that. I believe in Cheryl. You feel me? And Cheryl don't want no equality with men. She believes black men have our role, that we should control our circumstances and protect our women. So Cheryl is a black conscious woman, and I respect her almost in its totality. All right.
You better record this one. Record this.
And whatever she say about that wicked
Can
woman.
a black woman be conscious if she? Can a black woman be conscious if she's married to a white man? Yes or no?
No.
Can she be for black people if she's married to a white man?
As I said,
that's all we need to know. That's all we need to know.
Yeah. Because her allegiance is somewhere else. Same with that Caribbean Jamaican judge. That's in the Supreme Court. She's not for us. She's not for no Jamaican, and she's not for no Black American. You feel me? So nobody can convince me that she's somebody that nobody can rely on. You feel me? To me, people who pass a stage in politics, it's like the white people have to know that you have no allegiance to accept you in their realms. Because I cannot find a black public servant
who has allegiance to black people. You feel me? In terms of action, like, oh, you don't speak, but you act. There's nobody like that. And there's nobody that speak it. You feel me? Not convincing. So as far as I'm concerned, most of the black politicians are pro-white. You feel me? And it's terrible. I mean, on both sides. Like this Byron dude. He's also one of them Caribbean Jamaican dude. He's actually a pro-white dude. You feel me? I'm telling you, he a pro-white dude. I'm so depressed about our people. How, I mean, why don't you die for us? Why don't you make somebody kill you for us, bro? Well, why are you all just, in bed with everybody else? And our black people have no problem with it. Anyway, I don't like the Democrats. They want to turn black men into homosexuals, and they doing it, and I don't want them to mingle in or try to fight for our history to be taught in schools. I don't want the Democrats to fight for it. No, leave us alone. Listen, the Democrats are very strategic. And they wound us strategically. Okay, for instance, you feel me? Affirmative action. Affirmative action was done by the Democrats using the anger of Republicans to destroy us. So what they did is start including a whole bunch of other immigrants, such as the Chinese and all of these people inside affirmative action, right? So what happened is the Democratic Chinese little buggers start enforcing themselves in affirmative action. And it comes to a tipping point in Trump era, or first era, where the Chinese start fighting against black people and fighting to instill themselves more in affirmative action. So somehow the Democrats caused the annoyance of Republicans. So the Republicans picked it up and started agitating for the dismantling of affirmative action, in which they got it successful with it. You feel me? Because of the Democrats. Again, right? The Democrats started publicly fighting for black history to be taught in schools. Nobody asked these sons of bitches, homosexual bitches, what they were and how they were taught. And they started the process. But how they were teaching black history is little boys on books saying that they like pink. You feel me? So what they wanted to do is destroy the mentality of in which they were almost successful, because you have 12 and 13-year-old homosexuals now, men and little boys and little girls who have decided that they have this type of thing going on. So what I'm trying to say to you is the Democrats was trying to instill homosexuality included in black history, not white son of a bitch's history. You feel me?
Hold on, bro. What you got any proof of this?
I love y'all.
Of course, if you listen
now,
Cheryl,
I'm gonna say this before you start. Hold on,
Cheryl, hold on. Wait. 1 second. I would like Cheryl has more sense. Hold on. Cheryl is more sensitized, because a lot of you are desensitized. I would like Cheryl to debunk what I'm saying.
You know, yeah, I know what you want. Black still speaking.
All right. I want to know if Cheryl. I want to know if Cheryl would debunk what I'm saying.
Listen,
Yeah,
it's
Cheryl,
not that
please
I
tell me.
debunk what you're saying, but I think it's the way I think sometimes when you say things, it gets kind of lost in translation. But I get the general gist of
Cheryl,
what you're saying. It's just
I also want to
my
explain to
understanding
you
is
that.
perfectly
Hold on.
fine.
I want to hold on. One more explanation.
Okay,
So
take
what
your
I'm
time,
trying to
take your
say to you now is they got the Republicans now aggravated about this whole bunch of homosexuals. Let's just
Bruh,
calm down. They
you
got
have not produced
the
any evidence.
could you just now calm down? They
ahead,
got
sir.
the
Go
whole
ahead.
they got the Republicans aggravated about this whole bunch of homo stuff included in the black. That's why they said they want to ban Black history. It's
Like what? Give me
because
an
Black
example.
history is being made to be homo history by the
Okay, can you give me an
Democrats.
example, please?
it's true. That's very true.
Okay,
It's
give me
all
an
in the
example.
schools.
I'm not
Okay,
giving you no goddamn
because you
example.
ain't just
Go
making this
look
shit
it
up.
up for yourself.
Because you're
That's
making
my
it up.
accusation.
You pulling
Because
it
you're
out
lying.
your ass. What you doing? Listen,
Your voice sounds tender too. So
listen, let me tell
stop.
you something.
Okay, hold on.
That's
Hold on.
why
Let's not get into
you're
that. Hold on, y'all. He said he wanted an example.
you're
I can give
capping
the
for
curriculum
you're
right
cap.
now. I can pull up the curriculum right
Okay.
now. Okay, what is he
All right.
talking about? What
All
the
right,
fuck?
all right. Hold on. Let's get
Can I
some
say something
order.
real quick? I
Wait,
understand
hold on.
tensions are high.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on. I understand it got a little tense here with the Zuli follow-up question. And I don't mind the conversation. I actually kind of like it. But I haven't heard from a few people for a little while. I know Bakari been wanting to say something. I want to see if Jack Adero wants to say something. Does Buana want to say something? And then Bakari, and then finally Black Steel. Who wants to say something? Jack Adero,
Well,
you want to add anything?
What I was going to say was Black Steel.
Yeah.
And I wanted him to destroy that.
Go ahead, Jack Adero.
Yeah. I don't even know where we're at anymore. But are we if we're still on the should Black people stay with the Democratic vote in the United States or should go towards the Republican side? This is something that was talked about, I think, over 60 years ago now. Malcolm started and wanted, and I know he probably wasn't the first, but an all-Black party, instead of us going to either side, we would have had our own Black political party, so we could have avoided this mess. But we didn't. We didn't follow through with that, and we're here. We can stick with the left, where they have a lot of societal issues that they stand on, where it doesn't agree with a lot of us, and then we can go with the right, where I think Black Steel said it best. They're vehemently racist. Let's just put it. The president of the United States, I want you guys to understand this. The president of the United States is calling an African nationality and their descendants stupid, low IQ. Just to give you guys an idea, whenever you guys see post-election violence or civil wars breaking out in Africa, it's usually because of hate speech. It's not uncommon for hate speech to be the main catalyst and why civil wars or even post-election violence jumps off. The president of the United States is calling Somali people low IQ, stupid, and everything else under the sun. In any other country, there would have been mass. We're talking about mass, like a mass, almost call and response to start just attacking. So I get it. When Black people are frustrated and saying let's leave the Democratic plantation, I get it. You haven't seen the results that you want to see. I get that. Okay. But to go to a side that will tell your fellow brothers, you might not identify with Somali peoples. I get it. You know, you might say, hey, you know, they've rejected me when I don't know. But, you know, in Kenya, we have a saying, and it's like, it really goes towards more thieves than anything. And it's always brought up whenever a thief is caught and they bring mob justice. Mob justice, for those that don't know, is when a thief is beaten, just beaten. I don't know if you guys have ever seen videos of when a thief in Africa, I can only speak for Kenya, but I'm sure it's just the exact same way in all the other 54 countries. And in Kenya, the saying is, you should participate. You, the civilian, should participate in mob justice because what? Because today it's you, but tomorrow it's me. Meaning that today he robbed you, or he took your phone, or you know he attempted to pickpocket you, but tomorrow it's going to be me. So I should. So I apply that same thing with the way that this U.S. president looks at the Somali community. You know, I know that Azuli, he didn't mind what the U.S. president had said about the Haitians. Okay, you know, but I wouldn't want the U.S. president saying those type of things to me. And Azuli might say, I know people that eat cats. I mean, it's less about like the animals. It's more just you're trying to have me looked at as something that's not human. And this country has a history of that. Now, Ghana just had the world recognize globally the transatlantic slave trade. But that transatlantic slave trade and the Saharan slave trade was because, you know, there was this how did Black Steel say it? Al Kraka, you know, because this cracker did not see, and the Arab, you know, did not see Black people as human beings, you know. So I don't know why anybody would want to go to the right, especially when they're saying rhetoric like that. Maybe, just maybe, you know, this is a conversation that can lead some of us towards getting that dream that Malcolm, and again, Malcolm probably wasn't the first one, but you know, he's the one that I'm read about it the most as far as starting this Black political party, this all Black political party, and then we can finally just be done with this shit. That's my thoughts, man.
All right, let's hear from Buana next, but we haven't heard from him in a minute.
No, for me, the conversation is a very interesting one to hear between the both paradigms of the Republican people and the Democratic people. For me, it's my difficulty is squaring the whole of it's the immigrants, it's the Black people who either immigrant or immigrant adjacent people who are so staunchly Republican, especially, you know, in the age of where they are literally pulling people off of the street and doing the things that they doing without any kind of recourse. Some of these people don't have criminal backgrounds, criminal histories. They are detaining them. They are doing all manners. I can't square that whole, and what I've heard from the Republican brothers and sisters on the panel, one person talk about being safe. Safety. This is what she was saying, safety. And the reality is, as Black Steel was saying, if you want to, the people who should be supposed to be really concerned is the Americans you live among every day, because they are more likely statistically to harm you as opposed to an illegal immigrant or an immigrant coming into the country, statistically, you know. And then Icon is heavy on relationship, homosexuality, and I understand that, you know, a whole lot of immigrants or people who are adjacent or come or whatever, we have a particular view on certain things, and sexuality, that's not a new thing. That's a very foreign thing to a lot of us. So I understand that why that would be a sticking point. But I understand, listen, man, this has been a very interesting discussion, listening to the different opinions and how some people feel they staunchly one way and some people staunchly another way, and all of us are Black people. I find this to be very interesting, but I want to be brief. I really want to just continue to listen to the opinions of the people who live in America and their thoughts. I'll leave it.
Brother Bakari would say it.
What I'm going to say is I'm going to give all my time to Black Steel because I just want to hear him chew up that nonsense that was just spoken. Because he's the teacher on here and people just make up stuff. Go ahead, Black Steel. You got my time.
Well, thank you, Bakari. I appreciate that. So a statement was made, right? And I would like somebody to give me some evidence to the statement that homosexuality is being taught to children through Black history. Now, I have access to the curriculum, right? I can pull up everything from US world. Show me. Can somebody show me or point out something exactly? Because what this sounds like is called right-wing fear-mongering. Again, they want you to be afraid of everybody but the real threat. Intersectionality is not taught in the high school history courses. It's not. Maybe in college, yes. But in high school, they're not teaching that. And intersectionality does not. It teaches that Black people can face compounding oppression, right? You can face oppression as being Black and a woman, being Black and be gay. But again, at least in my state, that's not being taught in the high school. Maybe in some states it is. But intersectionality doesn't teach doesn't teach people to be gay. Go ahead.
Sister Cheryl wants to respond.
What state are you in? What state are you in?
So I know I'm from Philadelphia. There's a school in Philadelphia called Friends. Is it a Catholic school? I believe private school, one of them. They are teaching that in the curriculum. So maybe it isn't where you are, but it's definitely in America. It's definitely being taught. And it's on like live display. You have teachers. I see teachers getting on the subways with the whole full she, her, them, she, they, ze, zo, all day long, teaching kids that's appropriate in the schools. So maybe it's not. I'll give you that one. Let's say that it's not in your state. It's in America, and that's the point. It's in the private schools. It's in the Catholic schools. And you're not safe. And intersectionality is the excuse. Intersectionality is because it gives you a chance to connect Blackness to everything. And that's what they do. They conflate. Anytime you hear somebody who's for LGBT stuff, they always bring up their struggle in conjunction with Black people. They always bring up Black people. Oh, well, yeah, Black people fought for this, and that's the same thing that we're for. They do it all the time. If you just sit down and just listen to some of these LGBT people, they always bringing up Black people. They're always trying to intersectionalize themselves with us all the time. That's their whole thing.
Can I interject real quick?
Black women that are co-signing it.
Hold on, Kofi. Hold on.
A lot of it.
In majority.
It's enough. It's enough.
Let me hear from Azuli next, and then Kofi and I can fire. Azuli, what say you? Is Azuli there? All right, Kofi.
This is what I want to say. The original question was, I'm gonna say this. Trump was not called racist when he was running around with all these celebrities. He was not racist when he gave his building to Jesse Jackson and gave him money to run for president. So this is not a lie. You must be retarded. Let me finish. When you talk, bro. Did you not hear what the host of the show said?
Let the man talk, man.
So, Trump, all these celebrities that are now, Trump is in the rap videos. Everybody want to be like Trump. Trump is in the rhymes. Trump is doing this. Trump is doing that. Trump sponsors Jesse Jackson. I got a video where Jesse Jackson said Trump is a brilliant man. So now all of a sudden he's racist. Okay, I'm just saying, like I told before, vote for your interests. Know what's right for your people and your children and generation that are coming. Don't just vote for you for now. And another thing the brother said, somebody said about the immigrants. When the Black American population is 13% since the 1960s. It's not growing. It's the same 13, 14%. So now when you have these immigrants coming, yes, the brother said the immigrants are not dangerous, but you know what happened when those immigrants come and they become citizens, they become a major part of the society? They start voting against the Black people's interests. Perfect. I'm gonna give you an example. There's a guy named Cesar. Now they're saying that he raped a couple of kids back in the days. That man was fighting for union, for labor, for legal immigrants. You know what he said? He himself was against illegal immigration, because you know what he says? The illegal immigrants, when they come here, they break the picket line. They break the unions, because you know why? Oh, y'all don't want to work? You Black people don't want to work? Y'all don't want to work for this money? We go get the illegal immigrants to do it. When they're letting the little immigrants come into America, it's not because they care. It's because they want to. These so-called people want to create chaos within the whole culture. All I'm saying is, bro, vote for your interests and don't be. What I'm mainly trying to say, that people want to say, oh, I'm a this and that, is no, what's going to benefit your people, not just for the short run, but for the long run. And what I don't like is when people trying to convince me that this administration is way worse than all the administration we had before. That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying here to say, oh, the Republican are the greatest. That's not what I'm saying. And I'm saying, yo, vote for your interests. Think first. That propaganda machine, CNN, the news, they are programming you against your own interests. That's it.
Zuli, the matron has an interesting question to you, I guess. How is it right to have the few social safety nets that we had in place taken away? Because you do get more social safety nets as Black people with the Democrats than with the Republicans. How do you justify getting away from them?
I'm not justifying any. Okay, I'm not justifying anything against that. I'm just saying that, okay, you have, so the safety nets, you know, that same safety net that gave us all this stuff is the same safety net those people that are bringing these immigrants to come. So, okay, didn't they say affirmative action didn't benefit Black people? Didn't they say the DEI did not even benefit Black people? So what are we talking about? And I'm not saying affirmative, I'm just saying that that's part of the social safety net she's talking about. When they do the research, the safety net that they claim are supposed to be for Black people, you know who benefit from them more? I'm weighing. Matron, you should know this. Who benefits more? Who benefited more from affirmative action in the DEI?
White woman.
Not the
Black people are being targeted.
Oh my God! All right. Okay. All right. That's all. I understand. I understand what the matron said. Yes, matron, you're right. There's some safety net. All I'm saying is we could fight for those safety nets, but we also could fight when the Republican got a good bill that's going to benefit us. We could fight for that too. I agree with what you're saying. The safety net are important, but just because they're offering safety net, let's not forget all the BS shit they're putting under that safety net to undermine you.
Okay, name the good bill. Name the good bill that MAGA have given for Black people.
Bro, stop being stupid. MAGA's not even a freaking group of people.
Answer the question.
Answer the question and stop being a little punk. Answer the question.
Don't call me stupid. I'm okay with that because I can't wait for him to come to get beat up by
Bro, if you want to have a real discussion, come to New York. Come to New York and go to the park. Like we could talk. Come to New York and come we talk. I'm not talking about
I'm in New York and you talking bullshit. I'm in New York and you talking bullshit. So how about that?
Bro, be quiet. Bro, be quiet.
Name the policy.
I said what I have to say. You don't have to agree with me.
I'm in New York and you talking shit.
I just said what I just said.
You scared of white people. That's who you are. You scared of white people and you throw black people on the bus.
Of course, I'm scared of white people. Ooh,
Yeah, you are.
But you're not.
Oh, you're not that
You're
scared of them
not.
because you bend down for them, so you ain't that scared of them.
So why don't you say that to the brother that went to war for them? The brother that went to war for them.
Accusation.
Let me know when it's my turn.
That's a false accusation.
Let me know when it's my turn. We finish sucking off Donald Trump.
Delroy, that's a false accusation. You can't accuse the man of that.
Let's name one policy that.
All right, Bakari, and then Kofi, and then I can.
Yeah. Give Bakari my time. Yeah.
I asked one. I say name one policy that MAGA have created for black people. I ain't going back to 2008, 1960. I'm talking about right now.
No policy. No policy.
I'm talking about the person, the people.
The same no policy that Obama passed for the black people. That's the same thing the MAGA are doing. The same thing that Obama passed. The same thing that Obama passed.
No
that's what they're doing.
Look, I didn't cut
The same thing Obama passed is what the MAGA are doing.
I didn't cut nobody off. They say if you hit a dog, they'll holler. I didn't cut nobody off. I'm not going back to over. See, they go all the way back. I'm talking about this bastard who y'all stroking, who's in charge right now. Name a policy. We know all the Black History Museum and all the Black history that he is getting rid of. We know everything that he's doing to get rid of Black history. We know what the MAGA party is doing about that. Name a policy that the bastard in charge who y'all caping for, name a policy that he have made for black people, for black people. You can't name one, so now you're going to go back and say the same thing Obama did in 2008. Obama ain't president no more. Ain't no need to keep mentioning him to me. I'm talking about the bastard that's in charge right now in the bullshit that they're doing. I'm talking about the people he done put in charge who refused a one-star general promotion because they were black. So they refused the promotion. I don't want to hear nothing about no damn Obama. Y'all, because y'all so fucking cowardly and y'all want to stroke these motherfuckers because y'all see power. And this is what I mean. They see power in some white boy who can get up there and talk about how he want to hurt them. They can't say nothing about it. And I'm going to say it again. Y'all call them two brother. I don't. So when y'all talk about them, say our brother, not Bakari's, because they are not. Anybody caping for some white boy who done talked about how they want to hurt black people. Then somebody get up here and say, I'm against the faggots. He must ain't been watching how many of these damn MAGA people been caught being undercover faggots. But it's okay for them to be undercover faggots. As long as they can sit here and talk about what they gonna do and how they harming black people, they don't want to talk about that. Y'all let them get away with it. Kobe don't. I don't. Y'all let them get away with it. That's why y'all still call them brother. Ain't no brothers. And cool. What I told you when it first happened, not when he won, when during the campaign, I never bit my tongue. Anybody, any black person caping for people who talking about they want to hurt black people, like Cheryl asking, she said, what do you expect white nationalists to do? I'm going to ask the question, what do we expect black nationalists and Pan-Africans to do? How in the hell are black nationalists? This is why I don't deal with irritated Genie no more. I don't care who it is. How in the hell you a black nationalist, but you going to side with people, with the white nationalists who talk about they going to kill? What in the hell the white nationalists and the black nationalists going to have in the same? What do they have in common? But you going to side with the white nationalists, the people that want to kill you. But that's what you side.
So you saying Trump is saying to kill black people?
Can someone else talk?
You saying Trump said to kill black people?
Just repeating yourself.
And keep going back to 2004.
Are you saying Trump said to kill black people? Is that what you're saying?
Can I speak now?
Yeah, go ahead. I can find it. Go ahead.
Whoa.
Thank you.
I'm supposed to go after Brother McCarvey.
Okay.
All right. Good. Go ahead, Azuli, and then I can find.
You mean brother? The brother could go. Whoever said he could go after Bakari. Go ahead, bro. You could go.
Yeah. So I don't like to make this. I mean, it's like it's so simple. Like it's one issue voter type shit, and this is why in the situation that we is like white people right now, racism is okay, but now they feeling it at the gas pump. They're getting sick and all that. So racism is costly, and it's the same thing with this LGBT bullshit. I get it. It's not something that is a part of our culture. I get it. Gay people have been around all the time, but we're talking about a legal standing, right? Legally, there are a group of people, and they're a protected class under the civil rights. When Sister Cheryl was saying he, they, him, stuff like that, it's not something. Now, Black Steel is a teacher, so he would know before any one of y'all on this panel that's not in curriculum. My wife is a teacher. None of that stuff is being, so we have Florida and we have New York. None of that shit is being taught. And the fact that someone could just, because these Republicans used to be in echo chambers not being challenged, when someone just simply says, can you show me where that is? And they get triggered, that's how you know these people are very disingenuous. That's how you know these people are sheep. They're just puppets. Because it's something that they're just repeating. It's not something that they know. And so this whole thing, look, someone in the chat says that, as Sister Cheryl said, not just Democrats or homosexuals. Now, this is a thing that they forget about their white daddy, because they got a white savior complex. They got a white Trump savior complex. Caitlyn Jenner, that used to be Bruce Jenner, is also a Republican. She's trans. She was on Women's Magazine and all this other stuff, and she was with Trump. But that's okay because she's Republican, so we can still, talk bad about gay people. Donald Trump. Oh, y'all Google this. Donald Trump is doing his first campaign because he's pandering. Because Trump is a panderer. We all know Trump is a liar, right? Just Google Trump with LGBTQ flag holding it up, and you'll see it. It says, "I love the LGBTQ." Trump has that. There's a group of people that are Republican called the Log Cabin Republicans. They are Republicans that are all gay, trans, LGBTQ. The only reason why is that because the Republicans hate. That's their bread and butter. They hate other people that won't fall in line with them. That the quote unquote stain of homosexuality is only on the Democrats, because at least their principles say, okay, all people, marginalized people should be protected. Versus Republicans saying, well, all people that we don't like that are not white or don't adhere to white supremacy, we're going to attack them. So if you're shut up. Shut up.
Do you like gays?
Why this dude is still talking? So that's who they were attacking. Oh my God!
You like men?
Can you please shut up? That's how Republicans are. Rules for me, not for thee. So this is what I'm talking. So I understand, but let's not let Republicans get away with they're the champions against homosexuality when they got a whole, like Brother Bakari said, there's a whole bunch of closeted homosexuals in the closet, right? And I'm going to end with this point. The reason why we're at the crux of this situation is that we don't. Are you out the closet? This. I'm trying to be nice, Coco. I really am.
No, don't be nice. Don't be nice.
Yeah, because you don't deserve it, but I respect my brother's platform.
Be who you are.
Man, shut the fuck up.
Exactly. Like you have no discipline. You have no discipline. You can't even shut up. Everyone is shutting up. Even Azuli. I disagree with Azuli, but Azuli has enough respect to let me talk. And I know Azuli's disagreeing with me right now. Shut up. So the problem that we have right now as Black people, right, is how we are when it comes to policy, and we see if the policy that we have fits in with our values as Black people, right? So politically speaking, we know, I don't have to explain to you, we all Black people here, but politically speaking, Black people are not conservative. Black people are not politically conservative. I'll explain real quick. If Black people were politically conservative, right? If for those of you who know history, there would be no amendments. There would be no 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment. There would have been none of that. The bills and articles of the Constitution was written only for white, straight Christian men. Period. Women could, even up to the 60s, women couldn't have bank accounts, right? Up to the 60s, only people could have voted were white men. So in the Constitution, it was like, okay, we have to make these amendments. So people that are liberals and progressive, because they're naturally, because they don't like the laws that are currently in place, and they always do change. Conservative means not change, to keep the way it is. So I understand politically why a white man will be a political conservative. I don't understand non-white people that are staunch Republicans, because all the bills and things that they have, the Republicans are trying to repeal. That's what Donald Trump is doing. He's doing okay. He's trying to repeal the Voter Rights Act for black people. They're gerrymandering. They're taking away black history. He's putting us back. What I would like to ask, I'll end with this. I want to ask these MAGA guys. MAGA means make America great again. When was there a time for black people where America was great? Since you are a black Republican, name me a time when when America was great for black people. If you could convince me of that, then I understand why you are a conservative, where you want to conserve the white ideology of America. I'll leave it up to you, I Can Fire.
Let me say this before I Can goes. We're gonna end this at 12. So get everything out that you need to get out. We'll end at 12. We'll do our shout outs after the conversation ends. But I Can Fire, and then whoever else wants to respond.
Thank you, sir. You feel me? Thank you, sir. Black people are conservative by large, by majority. Black people are anti-gay by majority. Black people are being traumatized and being influenced by pro-gay power and eliteness. The pro-gay elite and the gay elite are targeting black people to destroy our character and our moral fabric, like how they have successfully destroyed the previous speaker. You feel me? So what I'm trying to say is our people are decent, heterosexual people. You feel me? Our people don't know.
You're not answering my question. How are we politically? How are we politically conservative? You're supposed to answer my question. How are we politically conservative? You're running. How are we politically conservative?
Quago. Well, first of all, if you may, our black women are the liberal ones. You feel me? Our black women are the ones really voting liberal. They mostly speak about what you call Democrats anyway, anybody who. You feel me? They are the largest voting bloc in the black world for the Democrats. So it's evidence that our black women just don't want to, just not listening to us. Our
You're
black
still
women,
not answering my question. When was America great for black people? You're MAGA. You're a Republican. When was America great for black people?
America was never great for black people. You feel me?
Why are you tooting Donald Trump's pink horn? Why are you tooting this administration's horn? Because they're repealing everything back.
Actually, listen. You feel me? Well, if I was voting, I would have voted Republican, but I don't like a whole bunch of policies and a whole bunch of activities. I don't like Venezuela thing. I don't like Iran thing. I think they're about to mess the country up practically.
No, brother, I understand that, but you're saying that in hindsight. But I mean, in the beginning.
Hold on, please. Hold on. Okay. I don't agree with illegal immigration. You feel me? So I think that the Democrats, is part of who wants to destroy the country, because they have made what you call random people enter the country by the millions, and I don't think that's I think the old policy in terms of you maybe have a few illegal immigrants coming on the boat, fine, and you have ordinary green card and visiting visa and all that stuff. That I think that would slow the rate, but when I saw the millions that came over the border, I was like, no, I don't think that was right. You feel me? And I totally disagree with the Democrats.
So America was never great. I understand the border policy. I blame both parties for the border policy. The Democrats were very lackadaisical on it, and the Republicans don't want no white people, no black or brown people in there. So they both share it. But my question to you is that you're talking about the wars in Iran. You guys don't agree with that. Understanding the polling is that you guys don't agree with the war, but in hindsight, you believe what Trump said. So if you believe America was never great for black people, why would you vote for a person? Why would you vote for a person on the other side of a person who's attacking black people, like Governor Parton said?
One of the listen. All right, this is what I'm saying, right? It wouldn't matter who is in power. Black people is no worse now than they were in the Democrats' time.
That's a lie. So when did Joe Biden attack on Black history? If it's the same thing, when did Joe Biden attack Black history? When did Joe Biden attack Black history?
As I said, I said it earlier, right? But y'all didn't explain. It's a question, but it's a rhetorical question. Don't answer, right? Why are the Republicans so bent and specific on targeting Black history? Since when? What caused that? Because you had Bush, the two Bushes, and Malcolm X was what you call resurrected in the 90s. You feel me? You have a lot of black stuff. So what I'm trying to say to you is it's a conspiracy that's going on between Republicans and the Democrats. First, the Democrats.
You don't think it had to do with Obama? This is where you guys are going Obama. You don't think it's because the Republicans are so racist, having racist epithets of Obama with nooses over their head? And hold on, I'm bringing it home. And they had 8 years of Obama, and now that Trump is
calm down, man. You can't
Obama,
tell me. Hold on, man. You can't tell me how to answer a question, and let me answer my question. The question. And
no. I wasn't telling you how to answer it. I was asking you.
Can I finish talking, man? Can I finish talking, man? You feel me? Anyway, as I said, you feel me? In what you call Joe Biden time. In Joe Biden time, as I say, it's a conspiracy. The Democrats went all out in the defense of without no agitation. They went in the defense of affirmative action and went on the defense of Black history. Go check out your past history in Kamala time. They started defending Black history. And they started including a whole bunch of homos. They had drag queens, Black nasty drag queens, reading to the children in granny outfits. You feel me? They had those disgusting people all over TV. They trying to include a lot of gay books inside Black history, confirming that this is Black history. That's what they did. And what they did is make the Republicans, because it's a conspiracy, it's one bird with two wings. They made the Republicans identify it and target it, such as the which is not lies, the affirmative action first, you feel me? And now they're targeting Black history. But it's not, but I'm glad, I don't mind them targeting Black history, because really it was faggot history organized by the Democrats. We never asked nobody to share Black history with nobody.
Can you please prove
Black
evidence
history,
of that? Can you please prove evidence of that?
Black
Because that's not
history
being taught.
Black history is totally fine with us, the Pan-Africans and the Hoteps teaching Black history. You feel me? We don't want and that's why the Republicans are targeting Black history.
I can fire. You do, if you're going to bring up certain things, right, you do need to provide some reference. Black Seal earlier in the chat said, well, before he said goodnight, he said, well, name one. Like, you got to back up these claims. That's something I want Black people to always be about. Back up your claim. You're claiming something, back it up. So I'm going to give you that opportunity to back up. Remember, we're ending at 12 midnight. So back it up, be brief, so we can get to other speakers, all right? Go ahead.
Well, listen. Of course, I don't do journalism and take down statistics. I'm an ordinary individual, but I see myself as an analyst, and a self-proclaimed social scientist. But I don't have I didn't prepare or try to prepare any type of evidence or statistics of the things that's happening to my Black people. But I know what's happening to my Black people, because in 1999, in 95, even up to 2005, there were never any outward and self-identified homosexuals, kids or lesbian kids walking up and down through any school. So what I'm trying to tell you is there is a social experiment going on, which I have no evidence for. If anyone wants to know, that transforming
So you're saying that kids, there's no such thing as gay children? Is that what you're telling me?
So what I'm trying to say to you is there is a revolution going on in terms of more impact, in terms of there are more incidences. You feel me? So in like 2005, 12 to 17, there were hardly even in America, because I know, but and say 95, right? Say 1995, 12 to 17-year-olds. There were, if there were any, it was maybe 1%, but there were no percentage of outward in terms of identified homos.
I can answer that question. I can answer that question. That's a very easy question, because like marginalized people during that time and like gay people weren't represented. So now that they're being represented more, there are, pun intended, there are more out of the closet. So now there are more people out there. It's not a program. If you have, it's just like, again, I'm not equivalent in Black people's struggles to no other fucking people's struggle. But when Black people were suppressed, They weren't taking like what's our birth rates, what's our employment rates, because we weren't represented. So now that we're being represented as a space, you're gonna see more. Okay, like systematic racism. Systematic racism was always a thing, right? But now white people realize systematic racism is a hold on. White people now realize systematic racism is a thing because of cameras. It doesn't mean that systematic racism just happened. You see what I'm trying to say? So there's a representation.
You don't mind interjecting and asking me a question. I'd like to ask you a question. Would you prefer your father, or would you be all right if your father was a homosexual?
What does that have to do with me? I'd rather not. That makes no sense.
No,
if he's my father, I'm answering the question. I'm answering the question. That makes no sense. If my father's homosexual, how was I being born? Homosexuals don't like women.
Promoter and a defender of
homosexuals aren't women. Homosexuals don't like women. The question makes no sense. It's oxymoronic on his face. If my father's homosexual, he wouldn't be having children.
And a defender of homosexuals, as if he wasn't born from a heterosexual orientation.
But your question is,
what's your preference?
Yeah, because your question makes no sense. Homosexual men don't like women. So how do I exist?
Why are you here defending homosexuality? Aren't you a man?
Why are you here defending stupidity? I gave you an example.
Sleep with men? Do you sleep with?
Hold on, time out. Y'all are being extremely disrespectful to the host, man. He's trying to interject. Let the host speak, please.
Sorry, host.
Yeah, thanks for that, Black Seal. We're kind of going way off the track here. I know Bono wants to ask a question. I hope it's a question that kind of brings us back to the prompt. Bono, what question you want to ask?
Yeah, it may not directly bring you back to the prompt, but I really want Icon and Reverend Reggie to answer this question. You know, since you all are very anti-immigration, if Icon was to know of a illegal Jamaican working where he is, and if my brother from Haiti was to know there was a legal Haitian working where he is, would he call ICE on them? Understand that they anti-immigration and they don't believe that someone should come into the country illegally and break the law. Would y'all call ICE on them?
Okay, can I speak?
Yeah, anyone can answer.
Okay, this is my thing. I'm gonna answer your question, and I gotta go answer the guy's question that said, when was black people ever good in America? Okay, this is what I'm saying. If I know a Haitian person, a Jamaican person, a Trinidadian person, a Hispanic person, a Eastern European person in America that are illegal, but they doing their work, they're working hard, they're doing this, and then trying to get their papers on the law, I'm not going to call ICE on them. I'm not, even though they're illegal. My issue with the illegal immigrant is you're illegal and you're being brazen about it. As Haitian people, when we came to this country, or Caribbean people, when they come to the country illegal, or they come there with their visa and their visa expire, they keep their head down, work, trying to get that work under the books and trying to get their papers. This is what I'm saying. I would never do that.
Same question with Icon. Same question, Icon. Would you call ICE on a legal Jamaican who you know is working where you are right now?
Yeah, if a Mexican disrespect me and I know he or her is goddamn illegal, I'll get rid of them bitches. You feel me? I'm pro black.
So you get rid of Jamaican.
Nothing else. No, I did. If it's a black person, I'm not gonna call no.
Yeah. All right.
This is my second mention.
But hold on.
You talk for a long 20 minutes. Can I get it in, bro?
Hold on, man. Come on, man. He asked me something, but I wanna say something to Quaker, right? I'm a man, right? Host. I'm a man. I see a lot of people being derogatory, loud, and all that. You don't put them on mute or try to correct them. You feel me? And you always try to correct me as if it's targeting. I don't like that type of stuff.
First of all,
I
you
have
can't even say his
respect.
name right.
I don't
You can't even say his
disrespect
name
nobody.
right,
I don't disrespect nobody
Say
really.
his name
This
properly
guy
first.
interrupt me all the
You
time.
just
This guy
call
is
me a homo and
this
you
guy
disrespect
keep
black women here all the time.
this
Shut
guy
your bitch
keep
ass up.
me this guy keep
All the time.
interrupting me.
You
Nobody
a
says
faggot. You
nothing
like talking
about
about
him
gay people all the time.
interrupting me.
Maybe
Please
you're
You feel
gay.
get
me?
down
Maybe
But
you're
if
gay. You
I
keep talking about gay
interrupt
people all the
somebody,
time.
group, bro.
Yo, okay.
yeah,
Can I get?
I'm anti.
Oh,
Touches
wow.
I don't like men. I don't love men. I don't
You
sleep with
talk
men
bad
like
about women and
whoever
you
you
talk
are.
bad about
You
gay
feel
people.
me?
You in the closet.
No,
Shut up.
no, I don't like men. I don't love
It's not
men.
about
I
liking
think
men,
that
Icon. It's about the fact every time you
listen,
speak, you bring down the IQ of
homosexuality.
everybody around us, bro. You are you're like,
Yeah, but
every time I say something,
I'm not
stupid,
here
man.
I'm not here to be your friend, bro. I have my own opinions.
Friend,
I
I don't
have
want
my own opinions. I have my
but
own
your opinions
opinions.
are
Have
all
some
stupid,
respect for
though.
my
And
opinion.
that's the problem. Your opinions are all dumb. You literally
Yeah,
bring down the
you can't no homosexuals can influence me to like them.
Okay, bro. Okay, so why they always on your mind?
All right. No, they on your mind. They on your mind. You're the one who likes them.
Hold on a second.
You're the defender. You're the defender.
And you're the sucker.
This is not and this is not the Democrat time when you all could sue somebody to speak against you.
The host is trying to talk.
Hold on a second. So
Sorry, host.
First of all, like Black Steel said, you don't even get my goddamn name correct. I've been Koku on here for like 10 years now. You didn't get
Sorry, Koku. Sorry.
Right? So just that alone disqualifies you from asking some ignorant question. The other part,
Koku, that don't disqualify a man. Calm down, man. That don't disqualify me.
For me, that disqualifies you because I don't mess up your name. You understand?
I apologize, man.
So that's one thing. If I was to go further, I would say that you are always interrupting someone talking on here. And I let you ride sometimes because I'm one of those people. This is a meeting place. It's also a show. And I understand as a show, it does well for there to be some things that go kind of off the rails a little bit. So I let it slide. But there's an order here. You can't talk over everyone all the time and then expect that I won't mute you for it. I will, in case you didn't know. All right? So like I said, we're ending in about 5 minutes.
Can I say something, Koku, about the question?
Zulio speak, keep it brief, and then everyone else who wants to speak and speak in that time that we have left. Go ahead, Azuli.
Real quick, some brother had asked a question saying that, first of all, I want to say I'm not MAGA. That's what I want to say. But the brother wanted to say, when was America great again? Was great for black people? I'm reading something here. I'm gonna name some cities that black people were doing great before the civil rights movement in the 1970s. Mount Bayou, Mississippi, Tulsa, Greenwood District, Bali, Oklahoma, Richmond, Jackson, right? And a bunch of other cities where black people, I get it, they were not doing like super great or whatever, but you know what? Black people were getting married at a 90-something clip. Black people were staying together more.
Yeah, homo.
More together. Black people had businesses together. All of that. Black people had banks. All of that. Now today, my brother, the brother who asked me when did black people ever do good? Name me 5 cities that are predominantly black, where black people own banks, movie theaters, airports, and all of that. Black people had all of that before the civil rights movement, before the crack epidemic hit.
before the 1980s, before all these, we turned Democrat. When black people were Republican, yes, we had our struggle. West was getting, but there was, out of all of this, I see a bunch of cities that were predominantly black, where black people were doing great. There's a city in North Carolina called Haiti District, Durham, North Carolina. It's called the Black Wall Street. They were doing great. Now, name me another city right now in America. Since we say, hold up, brother. Since we say this is so progressive.
I was answering.
No, I'm about to give it to you. Since we say all of this, a major city, Haiti District, Durham, black people were outstanding. I'm saying now, name me a city where, name me 3 cities where predominantly black, where we rule, we have our own school, own police chief, own banking. That's it.
So you already conceded to my point, because you said while saying that, well, okay, black Americans weren't doing great, so the conversation's over. So the city that you're mentioning a whole lot of cities, right? Now, during this time, you're talking about before the civil rights era, right? So we're talking more like Reconstruction, where it was legal for a white person to lynch you, kill a whole bunch of people. Malcolm X, saw his father get lynched. So that's a great time to you, as long as we're, quote unquote, in hindsight, marrying each other at a different rate. It's okay for white people to terrorize us, kill us, take us out of prison, and like our brother Jack Adero, and do mob justice on black people.
So you're a Democrat.
I'm not finished. I'm answering your question. You
got mad.
You conceded to the point already, and you went on like you cooked me. You already said it was never great. So the thing he's mentioning all those. So he's mentioning all those cities, right? Where there was, yes, all the thing he said that was happening, but it was happening under where black people had no rights whatsoever.
Anyway, all these cities that was happening was under the Democrats. It was under the Democrats.
So you and I,
the Democrats. All that lynching was under the Democrats.
Why, brother? I didn't cut you off. So you keep doing that thing because you keep looking at a lot of PragerU. It seems because you get your wires crossed. So the Democrats then are the Republicans now. All right, good, cool, we're straight. So you're in New York just like me. There are a lot of cities and towns that white people, you're Republicans, which were Democrats then, that burnt down. So next time you're in New York City, you're in Manhattan, and you're in Central Park.
Oh, you want to say Seneca? You want to say Seneca?
Oh my God.
We all know about that. Name me a city right now.
Why are you cutting me off? You're
not answering my question. You're not answering my question.
You already conceded to the point that black people was never great. So you already cooked yourself. So what I'm doing, I'm showing you all the other places that brother, even if what you're saying is true where there's none, you also conceded to the point. 1, 2. There's a lot of towns that those same people that you're jocking for, that you raising your pom poms for, they also destroyed black cities and people that never exist, that don't exist no more. Seneca Village was a prominent black area, small black area, and they kick black people out. If you know anything about the Cross Bronx Expressway, it was a black town, it was a black neighborhood. They ran that highway through there and displaced black people. Same thing in I-95. We did that in the Bahamas, in Black Miami, where they had a black community there and it was doing I-95, and they displaced all the black people there to run a thing through there. So, brother, what are you talking about? Even if what you were saying, there was never a time in America where black people were great. When we were successful, we were under tyranny and terror. If that's what you want for yourself, good. But black people that got sense don't want that. And I pass the mic.
All right, real quick. Great conversation. It went longer than needed, I think, but I come here every week to talk to you guys, to listen to you guys. And I appreciate when you guys get passionate about your stances on certain things. I find it useful. And I hope that the people who are tuned into this show find it useful as well. But before you guys go, I would like you guys just to give me one moment of your time and give me a shout out this week. Something positive you saw in the black world or in your black world. Give me something positive before you go. Black Steel, I'll start with you.
Well, I wish something positive. Well, Iran shot down 4 U.S. aircraft yesterday, so that's positive. I'm gonna say that the Russians were able to deliver about almost 1 million barrels of oil to Cuba, so that's positive for all the black people living on the island. I want to also remember there was a young lady. She was a Haitian mayor down here in Florida who was killed the other day. I can't think of her name off the top of my head, but she was killed by her husband recently. So
it was in Florida.
Yeah. Her name was Nancy Matire Brown. She was killed in a domestic violence incident by her husband. So she was Haitian American, and she was a prominent leader down in South Florida. So she was murdered, unfortunately, by her spouse. But that's not any good news. But I just wanted to mention that. Just thinking about that. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up, Black Steel. I'm curious to see what will happen over the next few weeks, because there's been an early back and forth conversation on social media that he was jealous of her ascension, versus some people are saying she was having an affair. I'm not saying that, his actions were justified either way, but it'll be interesting to see, what contributed to this outcome. So I appreciate that shout out. Bakari, what would you like to shout out this week?
I want to shout you out, man, for hosting for hosting this live tonight. I want to shout out everybody on the panel except the Zulian Icon Fire. Something positive. Black people wanting to work together. When they mentioned these black cities, he really only mentioned one black city, that was Mountain Bayou, Mississippi. And like Black Steel put in the chat, he gonna talk about something that people could go burn down. Now, Mountain Bayou, Mississippi still stands. It's still the last all black town standing, but had nothing to do whether they was under a Republican or a Democrat. It had something to do. A lot of it had something to do with they were forced to be somewhere. They were sold swamp land. It was just swamp. And those people, black people, my African ancestors in Mississippi, knew how to turn swamp land to where they could grow. They wouldn't say it was great because people cut the railway. It's a long story, and I don't want to go there. But was Mount Bayou a great place, and it still stands? Yes, but they wouldn't say America was great to them. Make America Great Again is a Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump, and you find these black people who's rocking with that. I've not lost, but I got a couple of family members I don't deal with. I had a long-time friend I don't deal with, because I ain't dealing with no black person that's willing to side with white nationalists against other people, and they can't against other black people, and they can't say nothing about them. You mention them, they want to go to talking about what happened back during Timbuktu times. On that note, I yield it, Mike.
I appreciate that, brother Bakari. Kofi, what would you like to shout out this week?
I'm gonna start off a little bit negative, and I'm gonna end on a very beautiful note. I understand why Shaka Zulu had to do what Shaka Zulu had to do. I just really did. It's a hard thing. I couldn't do that. I don't advocate violence. I don't wish for the death of people. I don't. But I understand why Shaka Zulu had to do what he had to do. When you're trying to come and you unify, same thing with the ancient Kemites did. When the Cushites weren't able to expel on certain people, they're like, look, if you don't get yourself together, they're gonna come and get me. So I'm gonna have to do something about you. So I understand and I respect what Shaka Zulu had to do to make that hard, necessary decision. On a positive note, I would like to shout out to the president of Ghana and what he did, right? That just exposing who our so-called allies are and our open enemies are. So I would like to shout out to the Pan-Africans in Africa. I also like to shout out to my daughter. She is graduating, and my son, who is a junior, and he made like the dean's list where he's on like the chancellor's best list of kids who rise, above, and he got like this commendation, and he was like in the local newspaper and stuff like that. So I love it's my oldest son and my oldest daughter, and I want to shout them out and let them know I'm proud of them, and that's pretty much it. Thank you. And to you, Koku, man. Sorry if I overtalk to you, man. It's passion. And again, shout out to you because you put this together, and you have to have a lot of patience. And I know you you got to do a lot of the things simultaneously. Shout out to you too.
Appreciate that, Brother Kofi. With that said, let's hear from Azuliism. Azuliism, what say you?
Okay, first of all, I'm gonna say, even though you don't consider me your brother, but shout out to your kids for doing great things, good work, positive work in the community. That's one, first and foremost. Second,
Thank you.
So second, my brother said, we were talking, said, and I'm not trying to be petty, but Seneca Village was destroyed in 1857. Who was the mayor? A Democratic mayor. But that's neither here nor there. But my other shout out to, I haven't been here on a minute. I know when I came here, it started a firestorm. I'm sorry for that, but it is what it is. Shout out to all the brothers online. Even though we disagree, hey, sometimes some stuff you say on there, I listen to it. Hey, we could go back and forth. Like Koku said, iron sharpen iron. So the vitriol against me, I don't have no vitriol against those who say I'm not your brother. Hey, that's fine. So when I know if I'm stuck on the side of the road dying, Brother Bakari's not gonna throw me no more. So I'm fine with that. So I'm fine with that. But shout out to I was listening. This is the positive note. I was listening to a song. I know when Koku used to do the 6-hour lives back in the day, there was a sister that was from Kenya, and she put me on to a group of guys, Salty Soul. They sung a song, but there's this new song I just heard. It's like a collaboration with the Haitian music and music from Kenya. And it was just dope. And I've been listening to it for a minute. So I guess that's what sharing culture and keeping each other, even though on the surface, Kenya went against Haiti or whatever, trying to conquer Haiti. But deep down, when people are just people, they still interact no matter. If we get behind the politics, no matter what, we still could find a common ground, like music, culture, whatever. And shout out to Koku for you to keep it for you. This is the 236th show going. Hey, bro, congratulations and keep it moving. I appreciate it. Hey, that's it, man.
Appreciate that, Azuli. I can't remember. Did I get to Brother Bakari?
Yeah. You got it. I mean, you got me already.
All right. Well, I guess that leaves me with Buana. Buana, what say you?
Yes, sir. So let me just first start off and saying, shout out to my brother whose child, Kofi, his child was able to get on the dean's list. That's not easy. I think that Brother Bakari's son was able to do the same thing as well. So like minds think alike. You know, the men, you know, especially the fathers, seem to be doing something good. You know, so that is something to be commendable in terms of your fatherhoodship and mentoring, and also Kofi's daughter as well. You know, I think that should be congratulated and should be mentioned. Um, Also, I did see the sister in South Florida who got unalive, and my heart goes out to her family. Bless her soul wherever it is, and I hope the person who committed that act is punished to the highest extent of the law for doing that to that girl. You know, if you find yourself in a situation where you get so angry that you need to put your hands on somebody, put it on yourself.
Buana, he's Jamaican. Them Jamaicans don't know how to control the temper.
Either put it on yourself or leave. For the Cuban people, where the oil was able to get to Cuba via the Russians, I think that's a good thing. It's ain't a good feeling when your lights off and you have to live under kerosene lamp. So I appreciate the fact that they was able to get oil to them people. There's a guy named Bob Law. I don't know if y'all brothers know who he is, but Bob Law, he was a famous radio personality that died this week, and I want to give respect and shout outs to him as well for his job and his goal. Finally, let me say this, because I know the brothers them is be at each other's throats when they listening to these discussions. But remember, if you hate me and I hate you, y'all would never sit on a show for 4 hours having a conversation with one another. People who hate each other don't do that. So there must be something that continues to bring us together, despite the fact that we have completely oppositional views to one another. And that's the bigger picture that we don't see sometimes. But I would say that support Matron. You know, she does her readings every week. If your brothers have time, listen to what she has to say. She is picking up the pieces of our history, and I think it's a good thing for us. But just remember that, you know, no matter where we stand politically or whatever, Black men would not sit on this live for 4 hours if we had complete hatred for one another. There must be something that continues to bring us together. So I want the brothers to be minded of that. That's it, Koku. Thank you for the time, brother. I hope to see y'all brothers next week, and healthy, wealthy, and wise. I'll leave it there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Trigger Happy 262 Plus. The chat says, shout out to Ibrahim Traore for being clear on who the opposition is. He says, great show, especially the last conversation. I was just sitting back listening this time instead of typing. That's how I felt as well. I just was sitting back, taking in the passion behind the points being made, and I think that's a good thing. That's why I know it was brought up early in Shooter Breeze Supper number 1. That's why I don't mind it not being an echo chamber. Because I think when it's intelligent, echo chambers are good. I think when it's ignorant, echo chambers are bad. So I just want to thank you guys for that. We'll be back next week.
Yo, Koku, you forgot my boy. You forgot the Jamaican guy.
Oh, I can?
Yeah.
Nah, he left.
Okay.
So I thank you guys for the conversation. And I hope to talk to you guys again next week. Until then, you guys be good. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.